Test, test. There we go. All right, I haven't tested audio yet, so hopefully everything's good. And I may have to actually bounce off the stream for a bit of a family emergency real quick. Not a family emergency, but a family situation. So I may have to bounce off the stream real quick, but I do want to, as I was getting the stream kind of set up and waiting to see if this family thing will be solved in the next couple minutes. A tornado has developed on one of our live cameras just in the last, about 60 seconds. It's looking like it's possibly a little bit rain wrapped there, but you can see a cone tornado pretty clearly there in Minnesota. This is on US 63. We have several tornado warnings in progress right now. I'll go to that tornado warning storm. This also dropped a tornado a little bit ago. It looked like a fairly brief one a little bit ago, a bit of a rope tornado just west of here on one of our other live cameras. And then it looks like it's recycled. Observed tornado on the ground again. This is going to be just south of Rochester, Minnesota. Let's see if there's any debris being picked up with this. There may not be yet, but still maybe a fairly weak tornado as the first one was. But yeah, there's your tornado in progress there looking northeast. This camera is on 63 at 30, which I believe is right here. So we're looking towards that circulation to the northeast. So that's what we're seeing here. And a little bit of rain wrapping around that. That would be this little kind of back edge here. It's not a, traditional looking supercell. This looks, it's a little bit on the back end. So you're going to get a lot of the rain, wind, and possible hail first before that tornado is on you. But there it is looking to the northeast. In fact, I'm going to blow that up real quick and let's get a look at this one. First tornado of the year we've captured on one of our live streams. We've captured a lot of severe weather so far this year, but we have not captured a direct tornado yet this year. So a little bit behind from previous years where we do tend to capture quite a few severe weather and tornadoes on our live streams. But there is, again, a tornado in progress right there in Minnesota. This warning continues south of Rochester, Minnesota. It is a warning for a confirmed tornado near Stewartville or near Rochester, moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. Obviously, the hazards are damaging tornado and golf ball size hail. It's a weather spotter confirmed tornado, and you can see it's also been confirmed there by Minnesota 511, one of the traffic cameras in this area. And let's see, we may lose the signal. Come on, don't lose the signal. But yeah, weather spotters are on this one near Stewartville, Minnesota. There's probably a lot of people trying to pull up that traffic camera. See if we can get it from a different angle, maybe. This is just east of the Rochester. There's a good angle of it too. All right, back up. We're back up. Multiple traffic cameras have this. But there it is. It's a cone tornado just east of Highway 63, a major highway here just south of Rochester. Almost interstate standards. You can see it's a 4-lane divided highway and connects Rochester. Oh, there's their debris signature as well. This is picking up stuff. There's your debris signature. Tornado debris signature at 55th Street, southeast of Rochester. It's approaching Marion Road southeast. Also Marion, Minnesota. There's Marion, Minnesota right here. This is I-90 that comes up across Marion, just south of Rochester. So this is impactful for travel. Again, we're seeing this. The Rochester Airport is going to be just west of this camera, or yeah, of the camera, but also of the tornado. The Rochester Airport's like right there. And then we're about right there looking to the northeast towards this tornado. So tornado on the ground, live right now in Minnesota. Again, there's your tornado debris signature just off to the right side of the screen. And there's your live look at a tornado in progress. This is, I think, the second or third tornado, maybe the third or fourth, depending on if the one kind of recycled. And I think there may have been one on the ground before we saw the first one. So this is, yeah, I think the third or fourth tornado of this storm. And we have more tornado warned storms in progress now as we get into the 2:30 hour in the central time zone. This is an interesting look on the back side of this tornado. So the tornado is actually slowly moving away from this camera perspective, but it's not quite fully rain wrapped. And because it's hanging out on the back side of the storm, this perspective is a little bit of a unique perspective on the back side, looking away from the tornado, but we can still see it very clearly there. And it's moving a little bit east now. Again, it's going to be just between Rochester, Minnesota and Marion, Minnesota, and just north right now of I-90, but it does include I-90, this tornado warning between mile markers 209 and 220. So you need to make sure you're not on the interstate. Get off the interstate, find a sturdy structure, and go to the lowest level into your room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. In this part of the country, some people do have basements, so this is not one of the areas that don't have, completely don't have basements, like some of the areas in the southeast and stuff. This is, again, a tornado warning in progress for central Olmsted County, and the tornado is near Stewartville, or also near Rochester and Marion, Minnesota. But there's your tornado in progress. You can see there's actually a decent amount of cars on US 63. Those cars that are moving away from us towards the left of the screen, those are going towards Rochester, Minnesota. And then the ones in the very corner of the screen, those are going away. But I'm surprised how many cars are just headed, just kind of, those aren't storm chasers. Those are just normal people just kind of out and about, just like doing their afternoon chores. And hey, there's a tornado over there. They're going to extend this. Again, this tornado warning right now does not include downtown Rochester, Minnesota. Rochester, Minnesota, you can see right here, I'm kind of circling it with my mouse. But yeah, downtown Rochester, you guys are technically not in the tornado warning. However, to the southeast sides of town, if you live south and east of downtown, I would be in my tornado safe space in case this wobbles and wiggles. But yeah, tornado in progress. It's moving to the northeast. They're going to continue the warning out. And let's get a look at this real quick. That's for eastern Olmsted County and also south central Wabasha County. Okay, there we go. We switched camera perspectives to see the tornado a little better. But there you can see still a rope tornado on the ground doing damage just south of Rochester, Minnesota. moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. So Viola, Minnesota, you guys are up next, 15 minutes away. Elgin, Minnesota, 23 minutes. And Plainview, if this holds together, that is 31 minutes away. You guys need to all take your tornado safety precautions in north central Olmsted County and or eastern Olmsted County and south central Wabasha County in southeast Minnesota. This is a confirmed tornado. This is the third tornado of this storm. So this is a cyclic supercell. It's produced several tornadoes already, and no indication that it's going to back off anytime soon. Also, Chester, small community of Chester, just east of Rochester, Minnesota. It's about on you guys now, and you can see it's getting a little bit rain wrap from this perspective of these cameras here, thanks to Minnesota 511. It is pulling away from Rochester. However, again, southeast sides of Rochester, Minnesota, I do want you to be in your tornado safe space. It's going to cross Highway 14, Minnesota Highway 14 near Chester, Minnesota, then County Road 9, and then up to Viola Road, again, about 10, 15 minutes from now, then County Road 2, up to County Road 25 near Elgin, and then on towards Plainview. May have lifted or may still be back in here in the rain. Maybe cycling. CC still looks like really suspicious, so this is probably still on the ground. It's just becoming a little bit harder to see back in the rain. Okay. I'll put that back in the box for a second and tighten things up there. And good news, looks like the family medical thing has solved for now. If I have to bounce off, I'll let you guys know, but it looks like the stream is going to continue. That's also why we were a little bit late getting the stream going. Let me double check my streaming details real quick just to make sure we're good to go. And then we'll give you kind of the normal lay of the land with everything going on, because there are multiple storms with tornado warnings right now, multiple new severe thunderstorm warnings going on. And yeah, let me adjust some things. Okay, looks like we're good there. Put that back in the box and we're good to go. Okay, they've zoomed out. I think we lost that tornado. I don't think it's on the ground at the moment. CC still kind of says it is, though. It may be back in there wrapped in the rain. Let's see. Let's see if I can find it again. This is a little, yeah, that's the same camera. It is a little tricky because this is a storm that is pulling away from these cameras in general, but I don't think it's on the ground still. If it is, it'd be back in here, and I don't. If it is on the ground, it's not. It's not as condensed cone like it was just a minute or two ago. All right, we'll keep that camera up for a minute. It's a bit of, again, a bit of a weird spot. Yeah, it doesn't look quite as organized as it did earlier. This is the little appendage here, is the area that this tornado is on. Usually these tend to be on the weaker side when they're on this back side of the storm. But still, we've had a couple tornadoes in progress with this storm. The Rochester Airport reported the tornado on the ground near Highway 63. Obviously, yeah, the airport tower has a really great view, especially in a flat area like out here in Rochester. Then we've had a couple other tornadoes back here near Vernon and north of the Haven Hutterite colony. But these storms continue to work towards the east. Still going to be an observed tornado. Looks like it might be trying to cycle a little bit. There's also a weird little thing. That should not be hail. There is a new area of circulation also upticking north of Rochester now. Yeah, they're going to put a new warning on this. This whole area is getting a warning. Okay, this may be a decent camera position. Yeah, they're going to warn this whole line. Observed tornado now. Continues here. This is for western Winona, eastern Olmsted, and Wabasha counties. Tornado-producing storms located along a line from Mezapah to near Chatfield, moving northeast at 25, damaging tornadoes and quarter-size hail. Multiple tornadoes have been reported with this storm. So they're going to cover the whole thing since this does seem to be cycling. And yeah, this is a good call because there is kind of multiple areas of rotation. There's the first area of rotation that is near Iota. There's still another area kind of in here near Viola. And then there's a new area of circulation that has gotten tight just in the last couple minutes near Elgin, just north and west of Elgin. That may actually produce a tornado very quickly. That is the tightest and brightest area of circulation that we've seen out of those couple circulations. And you can kind of see them. They're little kind of appendages in these storms right in here. They could all potentially still produce tornadoes. And we've seen at least one or two there cone tornadoes in progress in Minnesota. So again, this is southeast Minnesota, an area that has no stranger to severe weather so far this season. In fact, I was a little skeptical we even would have as much severe weather in Minnesota today, because this is actually on the very it's actually on the very edge of the severe weather risk today. It's kind of on the north side of the severe weather risk today in southeast Minnesota. In fact, I do want to adjust. Forgot to add my latest graphic. Let me add that, get that uploaded. Okay, that way, I think it was on last stream's graphic there, but okay. Okay, There we go. I had to sneeze there real quick. One of the things here I'm going to do in just a minute when we take a quick little break is I do want to get another allergy pill. Spring allergies, and usually I pop a allergy pill right before the stream starts, but with the tornado on the ground and dealing with a couple other things off camera with a family thing, everybody's safe. It's just a family health thing. Anyway, I just forgot to take a new allergy pill. We do have a new severe thunderstorm watch. It covers northern parts of Wisconsin. There are storms breaking out, severe warned storms up by Duluth, Minnesota. Quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Wouldn't be surprised if we get a couple tornadoes out of some of these northern storms as well. This watch goes another couple hours until 5 p.m. Central. Scattered large hail, isolated very large hail, and damaging winds are the primary threats. But especially this area here, kind of right along the tornado watch, east of Minneapolis. Wouldn't be surprised if we got a warning or two. It's interesting because there's been a lot of severe weather in especially southern Minnesota and southeast Minnesota. We haven't talked about Minneapolis for a while. Minneapolis has kind of gotten lucky and skipped a lot of the major severe weather. And it looks like today, Minneapolis are kind of on the backside of most of the strong storms. But we have a ton of storms breaking out. This was something that the models hinted at for the last couple days. That in that 2-3 o'clock hour, like we're seeing right now, that storms would just explode along the cold front in the warm sector. And then we do have a little bit better support down here towards the dry line. And it looks like there are storms going up into Oklahoma too. So we have a lot of storms going up. We have several new tornado warnings. So I do want to get to those since we have the Rochester storm covered for the moment. But still potentially some observed tornadoes ongoing in there. And in fact, I'm surprised we're not seeing any debris signature there. Some of these areas do have, yeah, and it shows up on both tilts too. So it's not just side lobe contamination or anything. Couple of different circulations in here. Again, potentially all three of them could be producing tornadoes. One here between Elgin and Plainview, another here back by Viola, and another one between Viola and Alota. These are all moving away from Rochester, Minnesota. So Rochester, give it a couple more minutes, and then you guys will be in a better spot there. There's your warnings down below me there. Olmsted, Wabasha, and Winona counties in Minnesota. You'll see other warnings across your screen. This is going to be one of those days where we're going to be trying to cover as many people as we can, but I may not be getting to your specific area when you may need the warning. So please take any warnings seriously, especially if they're tornado possible tags or considerable threat severe thunderstorm warnings. And if you read our brief earlier this morning, this is going to be a super cellular mode early and then transition into a big squall line with embedded QLCS circulations and potentially some embedded supercellular formats too. But early on is when we have the best chance at some significant tornadoes are possible. Some strong tornadoes are possible. And then as it transitions into the evening and into the overnight, we'll be covering more of a damaging wind threat. And like always, the bigger hail tends to be with the more discrete supercells. So the next couple hours, we'll be dealing with an all hazards threat, localized damaging wind, some big hail, some very big hail potentially, and also some tornadoes, including some of those could be strong. All right, so new tornado warnings here in northern Iowa. These are for areas around Cresco, Iowa. There's the rotation. It's around Lime Springs. So we can pull it up better. There it is, right in here near Lime Springs. I don't see a tornado debris signature on that one, but still a dangerous storm. We have another radar indicated tornado warning for Howard and Chickasha counties in northeast Iowa. Storms moving at 50 miles an hour near Charles City. Tornado and radar and hail are the primary threats there. Another tornado warning down near Waverly. This is north of Waterloo and Cedar Falls. A little bit of a radar hole in this area in northeast Ohio, or northeast Iowa. But there's generally rotation in here near Shell Rock and Waverly, moving to the northeast. We have another tornado warning and another cluster of storms near Marshalltown, LeGrand, and Toledo in Iowa. Another radar indicated tornado warning there, $half size hail. see the progress. Yeah, there's more storms kind of popping up in this area too. And some of those are supercells with some rotation in there. So we got to watch that whole cluster now to the east of Des Moines. Looks like we have a number of hail reports across the Des Moines area, at least an inch, inch and a half diameter hail, and a little bit more in a couple of spots. So any of these storms in this cluster east of Des Moines could produce inch to generally inch or two diameter hail. And then also we have new storms going up south of Des Moines near Osceola and then out towards the Missouri border. $0.5 size hail potentially with some of these storms near Eagleville, Missouri, Bethany, Missouri, and now Trenton, Missouri. New warnings there. Starting to get a pretty good line of storms. This is a little bit of a mini supercell near Agency in St. Joseph, Missouri. Yeah, some rotation in here near Fawcett and DeKalb. Looks like some stronger storms with some hail north of St. Joseph. Then another little supercell right in here near Nortonville, Kansas. There's your area of rotation there. Just because they have rotation and they're supercells doesn't mean all of them are going to produce tornadoes. You just need you need that shear profile and that strong updraft, and that shear and strong updraft do produce mesocyclones. So there's supercells. They are right now, looks like Missouri, mostly hail producing supercells, but you are in a favorable environment. Tornado watch continues there across most of Missouri, especially western and northern Missouri. And then these are all pretty new here. These storms are going up very quickly near Emporia, Kansas, and Americus. Ping pong ball size hail around Burns, Kansas. And then already in the Wichita area, and especially south of Wichita near Conway Springs, that's a pretty good storm going up there. Looks like we've had an inch or two, inch and a half diameter hail across the Wichita area with some strong storms there near Andover. Here's a look at the area near Andover, looking to the northwest. Looks like rain is starting to fall. Could be some hail mixed in. Probably just rain. I think it's big, chunky rain right now. Looks like the hail core is just north of Andover towards Bel Air, Kansas, Greenwich, Kansas, and approaching Benton and Towanda, Kansas. New storms, though, coming up behind you guys. Clearwater, Conway Springs, that's going to work across especially the southeast sides of the Wichita metro. And then some more storms. Another cluster of storms could be producing at least $0.5 size hail across areas like Howard, Moline, Sedan, Kansas. And that's going to be a warning for Elk, Cowley, Butler, Chautauqua, and Greenwood counties in southeast Kansas. And then storms extend all the way back, strong storms to severe storms there towards Woodward, Kansas, or Woodward, Oklahoma. Eventually, this whole line is likely going to be severe, basically from Woodward all the way up through Wichita, and will likely continue filling in around Topeka and Lawrence. And then, yeah, we have kind of a cluster of storms. Let's see, going up out here towards Moberly, a small warning there for some small cells. And then look at this, just storms exploding just in the last little bit across eastern Missouri, around Herman. Some of those are gusty at to strong as well along the I-44 corridor. I-44 looks okay for now. Oh, the radar site is not working. Hopefully that gets fixed in the next little while. Well, otherwise, we'll have to work on some radars that aren't in the OKC area. But yeah, it looks like right now I-44 from Oklahoma City to Tulsa, Springfield, and St. Louis is mostly okay, except until you get up right here around St. Louis, west of St. Louis around Union. Some gusty storms. These are lifting, though, northeast, so they will work away from the I-44 corridor for now. Yeah, new storms filling in there around Bethany. We also have another cluster of storms. These are, I think, the first ones to go up today. Tornado warned storms. They've been tornado warned a couple times. But yeah, big cluster of storms in here. Also some large hail, golf ball size hail at least, in a couple of these storms. And this is a tornado warning there for a storm near Shapville, or 9 miles east of Galena, moving east at 25. Another storm capable of producing a tornado was northwest of Hanover, also moving east. So it's this complex of two storms, two kind of supercells in kind of a little multi-cell cluster, but those are both moving east at about 25 miles an hour. And that is a tornado warning that remains there for Joe Davies, Stevenson, and northeastern Jackson counties. We've talked about these counties several times already this season. So it's interesting that a couple of these areas are getting multiple rounds of severe weather just in the last week or two. Yeah, that storm near Galena is the one that is particularly kind of tightening. There is this area near Hanover as well, between Hanover and Elizabeth, coming up towards Stockton, Loran, Lena, and Warren. It's right on the Illinois and Wisconsin border. So we'll see, this may get over towards Janesville and areas around Beloit. Also, especially north and west sides of Rockford, Illinois. Keep an eye on this storm. There's been a lot of severe weather the last couple of days in this area. So this area, again, from Madison to Milwaukee, it may also see at least a couple rounds of potentially some severe weather. We have kind of a round that's developed out in front, and then also kind of the main show back here closer to the cold front. So a couple different rounds potentially of some severe weather. The one day we couldn't stream, I just had way too much stuff outside of the channel, and I was really frustrated I couldn't stream. But that same day, there wasn't as much severe weather, but there was across the Milwaukee area again. So so even just between the last stream that we've had, there's been more severe weather across Milwaukee, which is not great. And Milwaukee tends to flood. There was more flooding around the ballpark and a bunch of the other highways there. A new tornado warning. This is going out for northeastern Richland County and southwest Wisconsin. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado 8 miles northeast of Richland Center, moving northeast at 40. And then a different warning for a different National Weather Service office out of Milwaukee. They're going to continue and stretch that out towards Reedsburg, Laval, Ironton, Lime Ridge, Loganville, Rock Springs, areas that we've seen storms just in the last little while. All right, so getting a new camera up ahead of these storms in Wisconsin. Should be good there. Okay. A lot of storms, so a lot of cameras. Again, we're going to bounce around. Yeah, there's that area of rotation. Approaching areas around Lime Ridge, Casanova, and Reedsburg. A couple other warnings also new here. And the first warning there in that severe thunderstorm watch area. This is for areas around Westboro, Medford in Wisconsin. This is for central Taylor County. Storms capable of producing a tornado there 12 miles west of Medford, moving northeast at 60. That is a fast-moving storm. That's going to be on you pretty quick. So Westboro, Oglema, looks like, and Rib Lake. Tornado warning there between Rib Lake and Jump River. We were just in that area, too, the other day. With a tornado warning, and I think that was a confirmed tornado the other day too. Areas around the Jackson County State Forest, a couple different cells in there, all have rotation. That's going to continue across areas here towards Marshfield, Pittsville, and Hewitt west of Wisconsin Rapids. We'll keep an eye on those storms. Still observed tornado warning continues there in eastern Minnesota, southeast Minnesota, around Plainview. Again, this is a capable of producing a few different tornadoes here. There's a couple different areas of rotation. Southeastern Olmsted and central Wabasha County. Those storms continue there. Weather spotter confirmed tornado. So again, and we saw that. That was one of the areas that we saw on live here as we started the stream. We had a tornado in progress live across areas southwest or south and southwest sides of Rochester. But yeah, a couple different storms there capable of producing tornadoes. New warnings for tornadoes crossing into Minnesota around Bristol and Lime Springs. That's that area of rotation there, just north of Lime Springs. The other tornado warning near Alta Vista. It's in a bit of a radar hole. And then the other tornado warning in Iowa near Waverly, crossing areas around Waverly, Shell Rock, and Janesville. That's north of Waterloo. We've also had a new tornado warning around this storm near Toledo, Iowa. Poweshiek, I think that is. Poweshiek, Marshall, Tama, and Jasper counties. It's near Toledo, moving east at 55. Okay, here's our other cameras. This is looking along I-80, looking at this storm near Oakland Acres. Severe warned right now, but there is some rotation in this cell too. That tornado warned storm is just to the north of this. We'll keep an eye on this one for areas around Cedar Rapids as well. That's a dangerous storm coming generally towards the Cedar Rapids area. Then another severe storm. A couple areas of circulation here. This is an interesting one. This looks like a left split. Let's see. Kind of, but it's kind of its own storm that's kind of smushed up against those. It doesn't look like it's a full left split. Left splits don't typically produce tornadoes. This one isn't quite a full left split, but there's a couple areas of circulation in these cells. South of Des Moines, those are well south of Des Moines, but a radar indicated tornado warning there for Lucas, Monroe, and Marion counties in Iowa, southern Iowa. New tornado warning also around Leavenworth, Kansas, and Kickapoo. This is near Atchison, Kansas. Severe warning capable of producing a tornado. That is moving east at 35. That's going to cross into parts of Missouri as well, and north of the Kansas City metro. And we may have some cameras out that way too. Okay, that's looking at that tornado warning storm thanks to Kansas Drive. And yes, that one is starting to ramp up also. It's just south of Atchison, Kansas. About to cross the Missouri River. This is the Missouri River right in here. And then this is Missouri. So areas in Missouri around Lewis and Clark Village, DeKalb, Newmarket, Dearborn, and Camden Point. Tornado warning there. That is, again, Atchison and central Buchanan counties and North Platte County. Radar indicator rotation there, again, north of the Kansas City metro. Not far north of the Kansas City metro, though. And we have more storms building back into central Kansas. Mostly hail-producing storms right now across the areas in south central Kansas and southeast Kansas. But there are some areas that are rotating. So increasing hail core in here near Cedar Val. So we'll keep an eye on that one. Yeah, you can see the hail on the correlation coefficient as well. Anytime you see big hail and correlation coefficient, it usually correlates. But then we can also use other products like differential and see the hail a different way. And there it is, all right in there. And if I circle that, you'll see it on correlation coefficient and you'll see it on reflectivity. And bam, that is some big boy hail in here near Cedar Val. Probably more than a $half size hail. That's probably getting into the lime size hail, around 2 inches in diameter. That's coming towards Sedan, Kansas, Peru, and areas there in southern Kansas, Langton, Oak Valley, Moline. Couple storms there mean business. We're starting to see storms go up around central Oklahoma, around Perry, Stillwater. No severe storms there yet, but they're lining up back along the cold front. Storms there capable of producing golf ball size hail, considerable threat between Woodward, Tacoma, Alva, down to Mutual, and north of Seelig. We'll keep an eye on those storms in northwest parts of Oklahoma. We may get some isolated severe weather all the way down across the dry line, essentially down here. And it's been a little busy since we started the stream, so I haven't even gone into like the meteorology behind today. Look at that. Wow. Lot of severe weather. Let me turn off a couple things. I'm just going to turn off the warnings real quick so you can just see what's going on. But we have a large area of enhanced risk. Goes from eastern Minnesota all the way. So those tornadoes that we've already had on stream haven't even been in the enhanced risk. That's why I wasn't sure if we get much severe weather that way into Minnesota. The enhanced risk covers areas around most of central and southern Wisconsin, most of northern and central Illinois, and then it covers a lot of Missouri, eastern parts of Iowa, and southern parts of Iowa. And then, yeah, most of about the northern half of Missouri or more, and also western Missouri, and then northern Oklahoma. That's the enhanced risk. But yeah, there is a possibility we get some storms isolated, but some big hailstorms, potentially all the way down to the Big Bend of Texas along the dry line. And then just this afternoon at the 12 o'clock update, it was a couple minutes late, and I figured they were probably doing something with it. I figured it was going to be a big update because it usually comes out just around 12 o'clock Central Time, or a lot of times just earlier than that. Sometimes it comes out closer to 12 o'clock Eastern. So with the delay, I figured they were probably doing something with the forecast, and they did. They added a moderate risk. This is the second time this year we've had a moderate risk. And the last moderate risk, let's just not talk about that one, was the area in the Mid-Atlantic that didn't verify. Let's just say that. It verified a little bit on the wind risk, but it did not verify on hail or significant tornadoes. And it barely verified on the wind risk. There was a lot of wind damage, but not necessarily the destructive winds that the moderate risk was out for then. This is a moderate risk, and it is, let me see this latest outlook. But yeah, it is a moderate risk for wind and hail, as well as a tornado threat. So breaking it down a little bit further, I will break it down a little bit further. Hatched area, so we could get a few significant tornadoes all the way down to the Red River, but especially we have a double hatch across areas in eastern Iowa, southwest Wisconsin, and northwest Illinois, where the highest chance of, so yeah, the tornadoes that we've had so far have not even been in our highest risk area yet. So if that tells you what kind of day today could be, you know, that is saying something. Things may have fired maybe just a little bit west of where some of the models said the other day. A couple models had it kind of firing in this area, so you know, maybe shift this back just a little bit. But either way, we're having storms just kind of getting into some of the more significant areas for weather. And then this is the kind of the reason for the moderate risk. We have a big hatched area of damaging to destructive winds. We may see winds 75 to 90 mile an hour gusts at times. So if you're out in front of this thing, like St. Louis, Springfield, Illinois, Peoria, Galesburg, Chicago area, down along the I-44 corridor from St. Louis, Columbia, Jefferson City, down to Springfield, Missouri, Tulsa, Bartlesville, OKC, even Northwest Arkansas, Fayetteville, Fort Smith. If you have some time this afternoon to get those lawn chairs and those long items and stuff, and gather those up, maybe get them inside, that's a good option. Because things are going to be crazy as these storms continue to push east, line out into a long squall line, a mesoscale convective system likely, with embedded tornadoes, but also potentially some hurricane force winds. And it looks like the confidence in that has come up across, well, I definitely can't use that color on this one, but confidence has definitely come up for the Kansas City area, western Missouri, and southeast parts of Kansas. And then, yeah, hatched risk, that could be some significant wind coming through Chicago, Milwaukee, Madison, all the way down towards the I-44 corridor. And then hail. Hail has also come up in the parameters today. So the confidence level by the Storm Prediction Center, they've added a double hatched for hail from Cedar Rapids, Madison, Dubuque, Rockford, and areas around the Quad Cities. They've also added not just double hatching, but more significant 45% chance of hail, some large hail potentially, Emporia, Newton, down through areas around Wichita, Enid, Alva, Oklahoma. Again, if you have some time here this afternoon to put those cars in the carport, that's a good option. We may be doing some streaming tomorrow too. They've expanded and nudged this a little bit further east. There is a slight risk tomorrow. The original slight risk kind of came back into eastern Indiana, but the thought process is that the storm's going to be kind of ongoing in this area overnight, so that probably will hold the severe weather chances back. But with a little daytime heating tomorrow and still a evacuation from Gulf moisture out ahead of the system, we may get some strong to severe storms across parts of the upper Ohio Valley tomorrow. And Texas is kind of going to do Texas things. So even a slight risk, or not slight risk, but a marginal risk down there tomorrow. But yeah, we're just kind of getting started here. The other change that the 12 o'clock Central Time outlook had is it did bump the slight risk a little bit further east. So that does cover a slight risk of severe weather through Indianapolis, South Bend, up to about Kalamazoo, Michigan, close to Grand Rapids. They've also bumped it a little bit further south and east across southern parts of Illinois, not quite to Evansville, but especially north of Evansville. I think that's a good idea because as this thing gets going, it's going to continue going through at least the southern Great Lakes and then probably start to wind down a little bit across Indiana as it kind of outruns the greatest support from the upper levels. But until it does that, we may see kind of a rapid weakening across this area later tonight. So yeah, strap in. It's going to be a long one. And you can already see we're starting to verify some of those large hail reports already. Not some of the significant hail. We haven't had any like baseballs or anything yet. But we definitely have had an all hazards threat at least already so far. Here's a look at that tornado warning storm near Toledo, Iowa. We'll get back into this now because we do have more warnings going off. They have issued a severe thunderstorm warning there for areas around Wentzville, Lake St. Louis, Wright City for some of those storms coming into the areas west of St. Louis. A new warning there for Columbia. Severe warning there, $half size hail. Some of these storms are going up relatively quickly across eastern Missouri. And then kind of two lines of storms also now starting to form, two clusters of storms out here. There are some areas that are rotating around Chillicothe and Bramer, Missouri. Ping pong ball size hail, considerable threat there for golf ball size hail. We have our radar indicated tornado warning approaching areas just south of Atkinson, Kansas, now on the Missouri side of things around Lake or Lewis and Clark Village and Layton, Missouri. Very broad circulation there at the moment. Let me see anything on that camera. There's a look around that camera area. I don't see anything that looks crazy on that camera. Actually, it's probably just because that camera, I think, points this way. So maybe it's not quite pointing towards this storm, pointing towards Newmarket. Yeah, so we're seeing like that kind of weak cluster right in here. There is also some rotation picking up in this cell near Agency. Yeah, keep an eye on that cell there, Agency, Missouri. All right, we'll keep an eye on the Missouri area too. But yeah, a couple of different storms potentially there around Lewis and Clark Village and then up towards Agency. If that continues to wrap up, probably we'll get a tornado warning. Yeah, it's kind of tightened up in the last couple minutes around Faucette, Gower, Stewartsville, Cameron, Missouri. Keep an eye on both of those storms. Ooh, we just got a spotter saw a brief touchdown around Potter, Kansas, near south of Atkinson. That one's one is starting to wrap up pretty tightly there before it crossed the Missouri River. That's one of those things. See, it was a brief touchdown, so we're a little bit further from the radar site, so I did not see it in CC either. But wouldn't doubt that. That's likely a accurate report there. This left split situation has gone observed. Tornado warning there continues. That's for Monroe, Marion, and Makosha counties in central Iowa. Confirmed tornado there. Weather spotter confirmed near Marysville, or 11 miles southeast of Knoxville, moving northeast at 55. That's areas around Okaloosa, Iowa. Keep an eye on that storm. These are all well east of Des Moines now. And then we do have that other radar indicated tornado warning for areas just south and east of Toledo. And that's the storm above me that we're looking at there. Looks like Toledo, Iowa, 1.75-inch diameter hail. Golf ball size hail. We'll keep an eye on this one for Cedar Rapids. Want to get over here. This area around Stockton. Tornado warning observed there around Stockton. Let's see what we have here. Confirmed tornado. Damaging tornado law enforcement confirmed between Stockton and Elizabeth. And that is just a couple minutes ago at 3:17. Confirmed tornado over Apple River. It's going to be, where is Elizabeth? There's Elizabeth. So it's going to be in this area here. Wow, it's really a messy CC. I think it was probably north of those areas if I had to guess. Really hard to see. Messy CC. There's hail in here. Surprised anyone would have seen it because it's a big cluster of storms. It had better rotation a few minutes ago, but yeah, there's a couple areas of circulation in here. But the strongest one was, yeah, okay, yeah, that is the correct location there. Near Apple River, between Elizabeth and Stockton. Looks like it tightened up briefly. It's kind of spread out a little bit, but Millville town site, just south of Apple River. This is right along the Wisconsin and Illinois border. Continue to take your tornado safety precautions there. And then Darlington, looks like we do have a little left split, producing some hail. Tornado warning continues there north of New Hampton. Lost a couple of those warnings in northern Illinois or Iowa right now, so that's a good sign. Still another tornado warning around Preston. This is that area that came out of the areas around Lime Springs a little bit ago. Rushford, a couple smaller cells potentially producing tornadoes there. And then still a couple different warnings. It's one warning, but a couple different cells that all could be producing tornadoes. They're now pushing into Wisconsin. This area here for eastern Winona County, east central Wabasha, Buffalo, and southwestern Trempealeau counties. Yeah, strongest area of circulation is around Buffalo City, now pushing into Wisconsin, just north of Buffalo City along State Highway 35 near Harold. That is a tight area of circulation there. And in fact, on the latest radar scan, that tightened up even further. I wouldn't be surprised if that's close to producing again. And that is the same storm that we saw on live here a little bit ago, producing tornadoes south and east of Rochester. That area has generally lifted up towards the Wisconsin and Minnesota border. But there's a couple of areas of rotation in here. The one near Buffalo City, that's the strongest one. That's the one I'd kind of star as the strongest one there. And that will be coming up towards Strum, Mondovi. Some areas that got hit hard the other day by severe weather. Still tornado warning there between Rib Lake and Westboro, north of Medford. We also have a considerable threat for golf ball size hail and a tornado possible there. That's near Pittsville, Arpen, Marshfield, north of Wisconsin Rapids right now. Big cluster of cells producing lime size hail, potentially around Meadow Valley Wildlife, north of Toma. And then a couple other strong to severe storms around the Dells. Also around Roxbury. I wouldn't be surprised if that gets a severe warning. And then we'll keep an eye on some of this cluster of storms as it gets up towards Janesville, Monroe, Broadhead. I wouldn't be surprised if those extend some new, at least severe thunderstorm warnings for those storms capable of producing some hail, damaging wind, and some embedded tornadoes. New tornado warning here. This is for areas around Grinnell, Kansas. This is that storm that we'd been looking at on the camera just a few minutes ago as well. What is going on there? And I just realized there's more storms. Yeah, I just saw the wind blast on our camera here, and a new severe thunderstorm warning. As soon as I saw that, I was like, what is going on here? But as soon as I don't know if they're watching too, but that was a big burst of wind on this camera here on 511 Iowa. This is located just west of Cedar Rapids, right about there. And that's at 80th Street and US 30, just on the southwest side of Cedar Rapids. That's a big burst of wind, and maybe even some pockets of hail now in this cell around the Cedar Rapids area. We're going to pop. I do like that camera. It was looking at the tornado warning storm before the storms that popped up around it. What I'll do is I'll just keep that up. I'll go into a different, open it up in a different window so we can kind of earmark that camera, but I want to go back down to the areas around Grinnell, Grinnell, Iowa. And find a west-facing camera. There we go. Tornado warned storm right here near Grinnell, Kansas, Grinnell, Iowa, sorry. We'll see if we can see the tornado on this one. It's developing just to the northeast sides of Grinnell. So continue to take tornado safety precautions there. That's a new warning there for Powashik, I think that's how you say it, Powashik County in Iowa. Again, along I-80. That also includes I-80, Brooklyn, Victor, those areas east of Des Moines. New warnings going up west of Ottumwa, Iowa. Severe warning there. There is some rotation in those cells too. All of those cells are kind of rotating, but some of them not as vigorously that would deserve a tornado warning. And then we have a new warning here, quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds, and a tornado possible. This is the area that had a brief touchdown south of Atchison, Kansas, approaching areas around Dearborn, Faucette, and Newmarket, Missouri. Here's a look at those storms as they cross the interstate there north of the Kansas City metro. Can't see as much on this. Some of this area is, I think the camera has a little bit of showers kind of over it too. So it's generally looking towards the area of rotation, but this area may be a little bit rain wrapped. This is a little bit harder to see. And yeah, wow, it's a busy day. Hey, Sarah, how's it going? Yeah, it's already busy. These storms fired up around that 2 o'clock hour, and it's been kind of crazy ever since. And a little bit maybe west of where some of the best ingredients are coming together. We had a tornado live on stream to open up the stream. But Sarah, let's see, I haven't got to check. And Sarah, you're in Missouri, right? Southeast Missouri is still okay, south of I-44. There's no watches anywhere south of I-44. Right now, it's all kind of in western Missouri, but this is it's all gonna come through. It's eventually gonna come through as a line segment with likely some embedded QLCS tornado potential all the way into the Mississippi Valley. We do have some new severe storms going up across the St. Louis metro. O'Fallon, St. Charles, Maryland Heights, up towards Godfrey, Illinois, Rosedale. A couple different small cells producing some quarter-size hail right now. That shows you the lead environment here. This is a warm, very humid atmosphere out in front. We have a lot of moist air moving up from the Gulf, and it's warm, humid. We have very cold air behind this. In fact, some areas that see some some areas that see severe storms today may see some winter weather by tonight and tomorrow. Some strong storms, severe warned, all the way up to the areas around Duluth, Minnesota as well. And north of Duluth, around Silver Bay, Silver Creek, Two Harbors, Minnesota, and then out in northern Wisconsin towards Washburn, White River, Sanborn. Most of those are gusty winds, but there is a pretty good squall right along the lake here, the southern shore of Lake Superior. That is some powerful wind there. Some of this looks like it's in excess. We're looking up a little bit in the storm, so not all of this is reaching the ground, but there could be some 60 to 70 mile an hour winds potentially in this line. I wouldn't be surprised if it gets a considerable threat tag as it moves across northern parts of Wisconsin. $11 tornado warnings right now. A few of them are observed, so we're going to get back to those. We have, I don't know how many severe thunderstorm warnings. Yeah, 35 severe thunderstorm warnings. So it's already very busy. Again, it's one of those days I may not get to your specific town at the moment just because we have so much going on. Some of the severe thunderstorm warnings are tornado possible, so continue to take those similar to a tornado warning, be in a sturdy structure away from windows. And again, there's that tornado warned storm near Grinnell, Kansas. Or sorry, Grinnell, Iowa. I keep saying Kansas. This is the inflow into this storm that's illuminated there at the backside by the sun. The tornado would be probably just off our screen if they tilt this camera just a little bit to the right. That is likely back in this area here, just off the screen where the tornado would be. But yeah, here's your kind of inflow tail. We'll take a look at that storm in a minute. There is some rotation in this cell near Sedan. Considerable threat, 70 mile an hour winds, and at least $half size hail, if not golf balls. Severe wind storms along I-35, Wichita, not a great drive up to Emporia. And then new severe storms, $half size hail around Osage City. These are eventually make their way towards the Kansas City area. And radar indicated tornado warning there continues. Oh, I didn't realize the tower radar is right there for the Kansas City International. Yeah, there could be a tornado on the ground. If it is, it's right here near Jordan Road. and Williams Road. And this is looking at like, I don't know, 200 feet or less off the ground. It could have been on the ground just a few minutes ago too. It was a little bit tighter near Mock Corner, Missouri. And yeah, you can see it tightened up very quickly again. It's kind of spread back out just in the last scan, but wouldn't be surprised if that's kind of a transient touchdown. We had the report earlier south of Atkinson of a brief touchdown. It could be kind of on again, off again. Considerable threat for golf ball size hail also in those storms. We're starting to see now that we are getting, as Mama G pointed out, we're getting into peak heating. Peak heating has technically happened now that we're in the afternoon. The peak solar energy has happened, but it takes a little while for the solar energy to accumulate at the surface. So peak heating, your temperatures are usually kind of warmest right around now in the late afternoon into the very early evening. So we are getting our peak heating right now, just past peak solar energy, and that seems to be increasing some of the hail. We're seeing more hail reports, or not reports, but warnings for golf ball size hail and some more of that significant hail. Watching this little area right back in here. Interesting storm. We're going to look at that in just a minute. A couple other severe warnings going up into northeast Missouri around Shelbyville and Clarence. Also north of Columbia. We're also getting a new tornado watch. It's going to be for central Illinois, eastern parts of Missouri, northeast parts of Missouri, and then areas around St. Louis, areas like Greenville, Vandalia, Salem, not quite to Mount Vernon. There it is, just popped in. Central northern Illinois, northeast Missouri, also Lake Michigan includes all the way up there. They may be just adding counties. They're adding counties to the existing. That makes sense. They're adding counties to the existing watch. A couple of tornadoes are possible. Widespread wind damage, isolated significant gusts, hurricane force or above, scattered large hail, and isolated very large hail, 2.5 inches in diameter. Other tornado warnings. This is that area that had the confirmed tornado a little bit ago. Joe Davies County, wind out of the west, 70-mile-an-hour wind. That's behind the tornado. That's a west wind. If there is a new tornado, it's going to be spinning up here just east of Stockton. That's back to radar indicated, though. And then not quite done yet. Joe Davies County has more hail falling around Galena, half-dollar size hail, an area that just had large hail just a few minutes ago. So a big cluster of storms there. I'll go to the north first, and we'll take a look at the tornado warning around Marshfield. Approaching areas around Stevens Point. It's south of Marshfield near Arpin, Wisconsin. That's a new tornado, that's a newer tornado warning there for northern Wood County in Wisconsin. Lost a little bit of the tornado warnings across the northern tier. That's a good sign there. Again, it's mostly a wind and some hail threat. Concerned about that wind coming across the northern counties there in Wisconsin along Lake Superior. That's a pretty good bow echo. So yeah, mostly hail and wind right now across northern parts. We do now have a PDS tornado warning. That includes this area. Oh boy, that is a big tornado. This is that area that's wrapping up just the last time we checked it near Buffalo City, between Buffalo City and Harold, Wisconsin. Looks like just after we checked it. It may have been the start of it right here between Harold and Buffalo City. On the next scan, you can see the correlation coefficient dropping near Cream, Wisconsin. And then, yeah, the next scan, we have a full-blown tornado debris signature just south of Cream, Wisconsin. And that's continuing Wolf Road, Hirsch Valley Road, a small community there, Montana, Wisconsin, County Highway C, and County Highway U. You guys need to take tornado safety precautions immediately if you haven't already. That's a confirmed, observed PDS tornado warning. I'm not going to be too critical. This area, I thought they've done well warning the whole line because it has a couple areas of rotation in it. But when you do the PDS, I'd rather have them block off kind of more of the storm specific for a PDS tornado warning. Because there are other areas of rotation, but these areas are nowhere in that PDS situation. But anyway, a small gripe there. I have no problem warning the whole line when there's multiple areas of rotation. I think that's easier than sometimes you get overlapping warnings. You get stuff that looks like this, and it's just way too confusing to see minor areas of rotation. But when there's one PDS warning, I'd rather have them block that off and probably like put it out ahead too, towards Independence and Whitehall. That is a distinct circulation here. 53 on the outbound, about 60 to 53, 54. And it's in a little bit of a rain wrap spot too. That's a big debris signature. That's a big tornado on the ground. Wolf Road, County Highway EE. And see, I don't know exactly which county this is because there's so many counties in here. Let me see. Trompolo County. That's the Trompolo County storm. And maybe just west of there. That's going to be, yeah, Trompolo County is where Independence is, and Buffalo County. Okay, so Buffalo and Trompolo County. There still is other circulations in here near Fountain City and just north of Winona, Minnesota, on the Minnesota-Wisconsin border. But yeah, the focus right now would be this area here, Whitehall, Independence. I would also prepare to get to my safe place, Russell and Gilmanton. But especially right now, Montana, Wisconsin. You guys need to be in your tornado safe space. That is a damaging and destructive tornado. I'm worried about that one too because it is not super close to the radar and we're getting a big debris signature. Big debris signature. Okay, they are going to do what I thought they would do. Okay, so see, I'm not trying to be super critical, but I do like ideas like that. They're going to do exactly what I said with a PDS tornado warning. They're going to extend this way out, and they are going to isolate this warning, which, again, just a little more effective to do that, just to kind of prevent some confusion. So this is continuing the PDS observe tag. Buffalo and Trompolo counties confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado located 9 miles southeast of Medina or 11 miles northwest of Arcadia, northeast at 40. And yeah, that is a big tornado. We're going to track this out here. I'm going to do a couple different tracks just to cover everybody in the warning polygon. And it was at 40. Okay, there are a couple of the communities in here. Russell, about 13 minutes. Independence, 15. Whitehall, 23. Pigeon Falls and Hale, about 30 minutes. And then if this starts to occlude and goes a little bit more towards the north. Ooh, these are areas that had tornadoes the other day, too. Areas around Strum, about 28 minutes. Elva, 26. Again, Russell, 14 minutes or so. Not as populated of an area, but still decent populations in here. Lookout, 10 to 12 minutes. It's going to kind of follow County Highway X and County Highway C. So again, if you're anywhere in here around Independence in Wisconsin, tornado safety now, if you can get below ground, this is a PDS observed large and dangerous tornado. That is debris showing up on our radar product here. This is all debris signature showing up in this area. And yeah, it's not an area that would have hail. That is all tornado debris near Montana, Wisconsin. New warning there. Also, okay, they're going to kind of separate it out. The southern parts of these, there's more storms with, and the storms have also kind of separated. So that is another reason to separate these cells here. They were more of a cluster of storms. This one is now kind of producing its own weather. And then we have this area still potentially producing a tornado, but that one has weakened, it looks like. There's still overall rotation there near Arcadia, coming towards Blair, and is that Ettrick, Wisconsin? But yeah, here's your tornado in progress. County Road U, right here. County Road U and County Highway X. That's in Buffalo County, Wisconsin. Leaving that for a second, just to make sure we don't have any other craziness going on at the moment. Some big hail showing up in this cell. This is that tornado warning cell near Grinnell, the one that we're also keeping an eye on. Let's see. We were. It's now past this camera. Okay, that's the area there just ahead of us. But big hail also falling in this storm. Lime-sized hail. Now east of Grinnell near Belle Plaine, Marengo. Tornado warning continues there around Okaloosa. And double check radar indicated tornado warning continues there. Plattsburgh, Missouri. Gower, Missouri. North of the Kansas City area. Although that storm has weakened a little bit. Still area of rotation in here, just north of Platte River, Missouri. In northwest Missouri. And yeah, this is low level look. This is the tower radar. Or the airport radar from the Kansas City International. Rotation is right in there. And yeah, we're just a couple miles from that radar site. So yeah, there's your air rotation, and it's probably looking up maybe 100 feet or so. I have that other radar product on my phone. I like to check and see exactly how far we're looking. Yeah, about 200 feet up. So that is low-level circulation. Not super strong or tight right now, but it is a low-level circulation. Other storms severe warned back through eastern and southeast Kansas, and also northwest parts of Oklahoma. Starting to see storms line up there. A new storm near Pawnee, Oklahoma. That'll probably get severe warned pretty soon. And then storms coming through areas here. Let's see. Power poles snapped around Flint Hill, Missouri with those storms. Those are continuing to move up. Quarter-size hail and some wind gusts. Don't see anything crazy in those storms, but they're going to continue lifting up into a favorable environment north of St. Louis. Okay, so yeah, right now we've actually had a decrease in tornado warnings in the last couple minutes, which is a good thing. Still have a big tornado on the ground here. Considerable threat, observed tornado. That's Buffalo and Trumpealo counties in Wisconsin, west central Wisconsin. Confirmed large and dangerous tornado. Again, north of Arcadia, moving northeast at 40. And there's your big debris signature. Northeast at 40, again, Russell and Strum. About 11 minutes to Russell, 25 minutes to Strum. And if it does head more easter, woo, that drew weird. If it heads a little more easterly, still about 10 to 12 minutes to Russell, and then 14 to Independence, 21 to Whitehall, and 30 to Hale and Pigeon Falls. I'm right here. I'm just sneezing again. Okay. Yeah. Sorry about that. Spring allergies. The one good thing is the rotation has backed off quite significantly in this storm, at least in the last couple minutes. Before, we had what looked like also a PDS with the area of rotation there. It was about 60 on the outbound and 60 or so on the inbound. That's lifted, continuing to lift across County Row U, but it is significantly diminished to the point where I'm not sure this is even on the ground anymore. Okay, yeah, it is gone back to radar indicated. There's a lot of debris in here. This is likely debris that's falling. So you may be getting pieces of whatever your neighbors had down the street across County Road X. Continue to stay in your safe place. So Russell, Independence, Whitehall, and Strum. That was probably a significant tornado, just by the looks of it. And also, can also take a look here and see how far away from the radar that actually was. Okay, not super significant. It was up about 3,000 feet, so so not a wispy thing, but not. I thought maybe we were further from the radar site. We weren't looking at like 12,000 feet. It's not a radar hole, so that's a good sign there. This is a look there. Let's see. This is a look here in front of that storm. This is over by Northfield along I-94. So we'll keep an eye on this. Yeah, there's still a lot of debris in here, so wouldn't be surprised if you have some debris falling on some of those locations out there, which can be dangerous on its own. Tornado warning continues here. This is a new storm capable of producing a tornado near Vaquela, Viroka, Wisconsin, and Westby, Wisconsin. Also have a storm in Iowa. Tornado warning around West Union. Rotation there north of Fayette, Postville, Claremont, Elgin, and West Union. And then tornado warning storms now for areas around Cedar Rapids and especially points to the north center point, Hiawatha. This is a new warning here for that storm that was coming out of the Toledo area earlier. This is northern Benton and northwestern Lynn counties. It's capable of producing a tornado over Garrison, moving east at 45. Garrison right in this area. Now, this is a little area that's further from the radar hole, even though, or further from the radar, so this becomes a little bit harder to see at the low levels. But there's your area of rotation in here. Urbana and Center Point, you guys are about center line for this. Vinton, 6 minutes. Urbana, about 17 to 20 minutes to get to that 63 corridor, I think that is. 21 to Center Point, and then northern sides of Cedar Rapids, about 25 minutes. That's a dangerous storm. Still also seeing this storm near Brooklyn and Grinnell. It's now east of there around Holiday Lake and Hartwick. This storm doesn't look quite as organized as it did a few minutes ago. There's a look at it. If there is a tornado, it would be back in that hazy area, back in that kind of lowered area. It's hard to see what's back in there. There's also wind farms, so there's some stuff that looks like it's sticking down, but it's actually the wind turbines sticking up. Yeah, it's kind of rain wrapped. It would be in this area back in here. There's a little bit of inflow, looks like I can see on the clouds. But it's very hard to see at the moment. That tornado watch that we just covered a few minutes ago that covers the St. Louis area, Springfield, Peoria, Quincy, Columbia, Missouri, also then into areas like Vandalia, Illinois. Doesn't quite get to Champaign, but it does. It also covers the Chicago area, so Cook County. It does not currently cover parts of Northwest Indiana, but I wouldn't be surprised if they get added to that in a little while. Hey, Cruz, how's it going today? Cruz, Cruz is down in like Alabama, I think, right? I feel like we have not talked about Alabama a lot this spring season. Had a few storms down there, but it's been a somewhat quiet year for the Dixie Alley storms, and that is probably that we've transitioned from the neutral phase into more of an El Nino phase. El Nino does affect, I think, some of the southern parts of Dixie Alley and some of the southern parts of the Southern Plains just a little bit. A new destructive severe thunderstorm. This is for baseball size hail, Lambert and Cherokee. Really close to the radar site too. Let's see what we have in here. Nothing really showing up on the for velocity. There's a little bit of rotation, but on the CC you can see the hail in here, and that also shows on reflectivity. The color map I have, and I made some adjustments to the base version, is a super detailed color map. So it has a bunch of different colors in it that helps really visualize some of the larger hail. This one is also a little bit of a V-notch supercell in here. But yeah, some color maps aren't quite as detailed. So I picked one that was decently detailed already, and then I made a couple minor adjustments to it too. So we can really pick out, this is a good color map for picking out larger hail. But we see that with the correlation coefficient. I also see that in the differential. You can see these grays and blues in here compared to like the reds in here. These are rain in the reds and yellows and oranges. And then these are the hail in these, the larger hail in this blue and the gray colors in here. And like CC, the differential also kind of has some clear air contamination. So this is all clear air back here. But that's showing your hail right in here. And that also correlates with the CC and the reflectivity with your largest hail. Yeah, destructive severe thunderstorm. I wouldn't be surprised if we get more severe storms back through the areas there around Woodward. They have dropped that tornado warning around Plattsburgh. Still there still is rotation out here just north and east of the radar site. Let's take a look at that. Actually, it looks better now than it did. That sometimes happens. Yeah, okay. It looks better on reflectivity than it does on the velocity scan. There is rotation in here just near Gower, Missouri. But right now it's not tornadic, so they have a tornado possible tag on it. There is a tornado warning for areas here around Chillicothe, Missouri. Area of rotation there near Wheeling and Linus, Purdon, Parsons, and areas north and east of Chillicothe. That is for Lynn, Grundy, Sullivan, and Livingston counties. Checking on our friends in St. Louis. Most of these storms are moving north and away from St. Louis right now, but St. Louis, the main show is way back here, and it really hasn't even fully developed yet. But your guys are going to get one of these. Basically, everybody in here east of where this line is going to get storms today. Okay, go back to down to 8 tornado warnings, but up to 40 severe thunderstorm warnings. I am going to grab that allergy pill that I was desperately needing a while ago, and then I'll come back and keep covering stuff. But let me just grab that allergy pill real quick. Okay, sorry about that. Got my allergy pills, adjusted a couple stream settings. I checked on that family health thing. Everybody's good. It was a minor thing, but it would have distracted me, or I would have had to kind of take that as priority versus the stream. So I'm glad I don't have to do that right now. We've had an increase in tornado warnings the last couple minutes. I did look, and just as I was looking at settings and things, there are looks like some pictures and videos coming out of some of the tornadoes that have been in progress today. The one that we saw on video or on stream live earlier didn't look as significant when we saw it, but it may have been a little more significant later on in its process. Also, the storm near Lena, Illinois, the one near Stockton earlier, was a kind of a rain-wrapped, probably multi-vortex, kind of wedgy, chunky stovepipe-looking thing. That storm has continued on towards the east. It's now near Freeport. There's kind of two storms in there, one near Rock Grove and then the other one near Freeport. That is going to be a tornado warning extending across the northern parts of Illinois. This is in the Rockford area around Winnebago County. So continue to take tornado safety precautions there. Tornado and golf ball size hail near Freeport. We can also see there is like some at least rain falling on that camera there. Let's go check that out. Those are the tornado warning areas. One pretty strong there near Osceola. That is the area that was the PDS warned storm earlier around Independence and Montana, Wisconsin. And I wouldn't be surprised if that was a significant tornado as well. And then we do have another radar confirmed tornado. That's for east central Trumpealo and Jackson counties. Just 3 minutes ago, moving east at 30 near Whitehall over Blair. And there is a tornado right here. You can see it on the velocity scan. Yeah, that is increased in just the last couple minutes, as it's just north of Blair, US Highway 53. And now just near Gransburg Hill, just north of State Highway 95, and maybe just north of Blair. And on correlation coefficient, there it is, also showing up there. So could be another significant tornado. And it looks like, yeah, it looks like it's starting to develop just over or just west of US Highway 53. That was just about 7 minutes ago. And then it's crossed Larkin Valley Road. As you can see, the tornado debris signature there on correlation coefficient that shows us meteorological targets versus non-meteorological targets. And you can see there, meteorological targets are in this pink color, and the non-meteorological targets are in the blue color. So that's your tornado debris signature right there. I'm moving to the east-northeast, just past the town of Blair. It's basically along State Highway 95. So if you're State Highway 95 east of Blair, this is unfortunately looks like center line for areas like Taylor, Wisconsin. Taylor, Wisconsin, another town that needs to be in tornado safe place. Lowest level interior room away from those doors and windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Storm shelter or basement if you have them. And then that's going to be approaching areas around Black River Falls and just north of Black River Falls in a little bit. Areas around Hickston. There's areas around Hickston right now. It's actually kind of sunny there. That's just ahead of the storm. This is another storm that's kind of tucked up. Not the classic supercell. It does have kind of an inflow notch, but the tornado is actually not like in the little hook area. It's actually up in the storm a little bit. So this is another tornado that's probably going to be a rain-wrapped tornado. And again, that's going to continue east, northeast towards Hickston, Schellerville, anywhere there along State Highway 95. You need to be in your tornado safe space. Alma Center, Marillion, Hatfield, Winnebago Mission, Sand Pillow, Black River Falls, and all those areas to the east. Let's take this out to the east, and I just want to double check the time frame for it for you guys. 30 miles an hour. 30 miles an hour to the east. And there's your timing for everyone. Taylor, 3 minutes or less. Hickston, about 14 minutes. Alma Center, 27. Black River Falls, 30 minutes. Sand Pillow, 38. And then areas like Winnebago Mission, 38. Hatfield, 42. An observed tornado there continues. That's near Blair or near Taylor, moving east at 30. Damaging tornado there, western Jackson, east central Trompeau counties in Wisconsin. Other tornado warnings there continue on the north side of there, near Osceola. Go up there real quick and just take a look at that storm. That's rocking and rolling. Here's this tornado warning storm. This is in northern Trompeau County. Yeah, northern Trompeau County and also northwestern Jackson County. It's located near Osceola or 10 miles north of Whitehall, moving northeast at 35. So 35 miles an hour. This one does not look like it's on the ground, but it has intensified just in the last couple minutes. There's its scan there. I'll take this out and it's going to be at 35. So let's bump that time up just a little bit. And there's your settings there. Levis, 3 minutes. Price, 8 minutes. Fairchild, 16. Clark County Forest, 29. It is moving away from some of the more populated areas along I-94. If it lifts more towards the north, just in case it makes a little bit of a turn, Augusta, 13 minutes. And Eau Claire County Forest, about 22 minutes there. Two dangerous storms. Let me double check. Like we might have some hail coming down on this camera too. They're looking around for it just in case it's there. But that's going to be a rain wrap tornado too. This looks like it's weakened a little bit. It's near Voss Coulee Road and State Highway 95. It's just west of Taylor. So continue to take tornado safety precautions there. New tornado warning, radar indicated tornado warning here. And this is going to be for areas around Big Mountain, Wausau, Wisconsin. This is for Marathon County, Wisconsin. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado 16 miles south of Wausau, moving northeast at 35. Let's take a look. Oh, that has a couple circulations in here. Let's just track this out. It's near Mossany. I'm going to pull it a little bit to the north just till we get Wausau in the polygon. There we go. Got everybody in it. Sometimes that can be hard. Mossany, Wisconsin, 3 minutes or less. Cohenwetter, 8 minutes. Rib Mountain, 18. Wesson, 19. Ringel, 27. And Wausau, about 23 minutes. So again, Wausau, and especially south and east sides of Wausau, you need to be in a tornado-safe place there. Lowest level into your room, away from those doors and windows, and may not be done yet. There's more tornadic storms west of the Wausau area. So again, this is not necessarily a full one and done situation as well. Still has some big HP cells from Monroe south to Freeport. A lot of hail in here too. Ping pong to golf ball size hail potentially in these storms. And that lifts up towards Offordville, Broadhead, and areas north and west of Rockford. Continuing to watch those cells. We have another radar indicated tornado warning around Lancaster in Wisconsin. Ooh, that's a tight one. Could have a tornado any moment there if it's not already. If that's not producing a storm already, I wouldn't be surprised if that is in the next couple minutes. Let's see here. Yeah, that has tightened up significantly just in the last couple minutes. It's just south and east of Lancaster. It's moving up towards Montfort. Keep an eye on that one if you're in Dodgeville. That's going to be for Grant County, moving northeast at 40. Montfort, 21 minutes. Livingston, 17. Cobb, 27. Other storms that are severe around that area don't look as tornadic, at least imminently. but some strong to severe storms are moving to the west sides of the Madison area. Milwaukee, quiet for now. Those are those storms back here. This one is probably close to producing. Surprised we haven't had a tornado signature out of that one. Cedar Rapids, Hiawatha. It's we called you guys a long time ago for that tornado warning. A couple different storms in here. The one that's come out of the Cedar Point area is near Ryan, approaching Monticello and Hopkins. Then we have another area of circulation just back to the areas around Palo, just to the northwest sides of Cedar Rapids. Let's see if we can get a camera on that one. That would be near Hiawatha. Here is that storm. Kind of looking up in this area, there's some, looks like rising scud. It's hard to tell that we might be too close to this area of circulation. But that's a pretty distinct signature in this area. A couple areas of rotation there. Those could be rain wrapped too. That's also going to be a wind threat, it looks like, coming to the north sides of Cedar Rapids. Take a look at the cameras again. Wow. All of like southeast parts of Iowa are all under severe thunderstorm warnings for tornado possible tags. This whole cluster of storms in here could produce tornadoes from Ottumwa, with a tornado warning there around Ottumwa. Broad circulation there, and also damaging winds coming up across the Ottumwa area. But then this whole area from Sigourney to Washington to Fairfield, Mount Pleasant, Donaldson, Fort Madison, Burlington, over into areas in northeast Missouri, around Keokuk, all have severe thunderstorm tornado possible tag. We also have that tornado warned storm that's now north and east of Chillicothe, around Purdon and Enterprise. That's continuing out a new tornado warning there. Adair, Lynn, Sullivan, and Macon counties in north central Missouri. Still a radar indicated tornado warning there. Still some rotation in those cells to the north of the Kansas City metro. Also now a destructive. You never want to see this. Ottawa just had an EF2 tornado just the other night that we covered on our stream here. Ottawa now under a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. That is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. Treat this like it's a tornado warning. This could have 80-mile-an-hour winds. That would be similar to an EF1 tornado. And it's just south of Ottawa. Here is the Ottawa truck, the rest stop here just southwest of the Ottawa area. This is actually just out ahead of all that. That's in a kind of a little separate cell. The main piece of wind is behind all this. Let me see if it's further. No, I'm going to keep this camera up. Let's see. Actually, I might go to... All right, yeah, we'll go to this camera. This is in that Ottawa area at US 59. But destructive severe thunderstorm warning. Again, treat it like it's a tornado warning. Franklin, Anderson, and Osage counties in Missouri moving east at 55 miles an hour. Just slightly north of east. So we'll get this in the warning polygon here. Ottawa, that would be about 10 to 12 minutes. And again, take cover like it's a tornado warning in Ottawa. Stanton, 18. Paola 28, Spring Hill in Kansas 37, and then Aubrey 46. If it gets us up towards that area, a little more population from Ottawa to Spring Hill to Aubrey to even Belton on the Missouri side, about 54 minutes. And then if it does continue a little more easterly, I just want to get a couple of these other areas into the warning or the into the path here, just to mark them off. But Lynn Valley 36, Drexel on the Kansas and Missouri state line 42, and then Archie and Adrian in Missouri along I-49 about 57 minutes. There could also be a little bit of rotation also on that leading edge. Yeah, there is a little bit of rotation in here too. You can see this is bowing out just a little bit right in there. So not a full tornado threat, but wouldn't be surprised if you get a quick spin up out of that either. But it's the main, this is going to be larger than a tornado because this is a massive, you know, like 10 miles long kind of swath of 60 to 70 to 80 mile an hour winds. This storm's still kind of going in southern Kansas around Galesburg, could have some larger hail in it. And then we had a destructive severe thunderstorm for hail earlier around Cherokee. Still some hailstorms up there in northwest parts of Oklahoma. They have not advanced further south that much across the areas in Oklahoma. Oh, good. We did get our Oklahoma City radar back. A couple areas are filling in for tornado warnings here around Ottumwa. New tornado warning here around Eldon, and that is Davis County and Wapello counties in southeast Iowa. Severe thunderstorm capable of pursuing tornado near Flores, moving towards Bloomington. Area rotation right in there. Oh boy, we're a little further from the radar, so it's going to be hard to tell. That's actually kind of blocked by hail. That's a giant wide hail swath, a hail spike for this whole hail area in here. It's going to be really hard to see a tornado right next to there, but other area rotation near Kioswara, moving up towards Fairfield. Continue to take tornado safety precautions there. Our furthest north tornado warning today, a considerable threat, severe thunderstorm continues across northern parts of Wisconsin. There's a radar indicated tornado warning there for areas around Giddon. We'll work to the south again, and they have issued an observed tornado for that area around Augusta and Fairchild. Oh boy, that is a big tornado now too. Yeah, there's your tornado around Price. In northwestern Jackson County, over Price or 21 miles northeast of Whitehall, moving northeast at 35. It's in this little hook feature. And let's get a tag on that. Fairchild, it's about now. Clark County Forest, 18 minutes. Willard, Wisconsin, 30. And Greenwood, Wisconsin, 40. US Highway 12, north of Fairchild. That's especially problematic area. Hay Creek and areas along Highway 12. Tornado safe space now for you guys. Surprised I haven't turned this camera to see if we can see that one. Maybe just too far away. There's a look towards that storm. Although it's hard to see from that perspective. This was that warning earlier for the tornado around Blair. It's weakened some as it's come across Taylor and points to the east. Still tornado warned there between Hickson and Black River Falls. Continuing there for northwestern Jackson County. Capable of pursuing a tornado near Black River Falls, and that's moving east at 50 miles an hour. It is very broad circulation at the moment, though. That is one good thing. That is a very broad circulation, at least for now. We'll keep an eye on that as it moves to the north of Black River Falls, areas around Hickson. This is our camera at Hickson, and kind of see a weird mix of sun and clouds actually there. It's kind of interesting look. But yeah, rotation just to the southeast of Hickson. We'll go back and get a look here at that area next to Wausau. Ooh, that's close to producing a tornado if it's not already, near Cohen Water, Kowalski Road, Rothschild, Rib Mountain. Continue to take tornado safety precautions there. That is really close to producing a tornado if it's not already. This is a look out of the areas around Rothschild, just to the north of that tornado warning area of circulation. Wouldn't be surprised if in the next scan we see a correlation coefficient. That is a deep debris signature, or not a debris, a deep area of rotation there. Bright reds and bright greens. Surprised it's not on the ground if it's not already. Looks like maybe some hail falling on this camera. It's been a little bit gusty. And the winds are picking up in this area of that storm. That's near Rib Mountain and Rothschild. We'll keep an eye on that one. New severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible tag up towards Tomahawk, Wisconsin. And then we have a new tornado warning here for areas around Juneau and Beaver Dam for this storm. Area of rotation in here. Yeah, it's wrapped up in here near County Highway TT near Danville, approaching Reeseville, Lowell, Clayman Junction, and Oak Grove. Another stronger storm just south of Madison. Madison's actually been kind of quiet for now, but storms are kind of surrounding you guys. Seeing a big HP supercell. This has produced a couple tornadoes across northern Illinois today. Right now, it doesn't look imminently tornadic. Still a radar indicated tornado warning and baseball-size hail. That's going to be headed towards Rockford, Beloit, Wisconsin, right on the Wisconsin and Illinois border. That is a nasty, nasty storm. I'm surprised they don't have a considerable threat for the Wisconsin side of the storm. But north of Rockford, near Rock Grove, that is a dangerous storm with large hail and damaging winds and a tornado possible. Still seeing area rotation there near Montfort. That has backed off some. And then still a radar indicated tornado warning there around Waterville and Harper's Ferry, right on the Iowa and Wisconsin border. Radar indicated tornado warnings continue there for areas around Cedar Rapids, and especially now north and east of Cedar Rapids. Couple areas of rotation in here. The most vigorous one is just to the east of Central City, in here near Prairieburg. That's also going to be a swath of damaging wind as well. And then tornadoes have lit up across the southeast portions of Iowa too. Areas of rotation in here. A couple different areas. There's one in here near Martinsburg, a little bit broader near Sigourney. And then areas of rotation lifting up through Ottumwa and near Flores. Looks like the other area near Birmingham continues towards Fairfield. Those are kind of a weird cluster of storms there. They may start to cluster together. That may limit some of their tornado chances. And we're pretty far away from the radar site, but still seeing rotation around Enterprise, Wigan, Sticklerville, and Yarrow. Approaching areas west of Kirksville, so keep an eye on those storms there. Across northern Missouri, considerable threat for large hail, damaging wind across northern parts of Missouri. And then we're getting into the Kansas City area, destructive, severe thunderstorms. potentially here. Going back to the Ottawa area, these are destructive severe thunderstorms about into, especially just south of Ottawa, seeing 60 to 8 or 70 to 80 mile an hour winds potentially in here. And it's just south of this camera perspective. This camera may get in on it. The only one problem here on this camera, it's a nice shot, but it's a little bit. Usually I like the wide shots because you can see the sky a little more. We can see if there's tornadoes or anything like that. This one, there's not a lot of trees in this shot, so it may be hard to actually kind of see the wind. The one thing we'll have to kind of check out is the traffic, and that's kind of dangerous. There goes a wide load on the highway there with the flashing lights and stuff. That's going into the 80 mile an hour winds. The one good thing, for the most part, these winds are basically the same direction as I-35 here. It's a little more concerning, and it may get concerning later as we get over towards, like, say, I-49, where I-49 runs north and south, and then you have perpendicular 80 mile an hour winds coming across that. That then can blow trucks and high-profile vehicles. Speaking of high winds, the winds have really picked up there near Rothschild, Wisconsin. Look at the winds blowing across this camera. Luckily, I don't see a lot of people in this tornado warning, so it is good that those areas seem to be hunkered down quite a bit. But there are some vehicles there. That's on I-39. And then we'll see here if we get into the 80 mile an hour winds near Ottawa. You can see it surging out here. Maybe just past this camera. It would be just on the other side of the highway, this camera here, looking across those areas. But some of the strongest winds are just south of Ottawa near Marshall Road. We just covered this area with the tornado the other day. Some of these same roads in here. And then, yeah, Logan Street / US 59. They have issued the destructive severe thunderstorm warning out further for this storm. I don't know if it's going to get that far in the north. It would have to kind of pull more towards the north a little bit. There is some stronger wind also in the storm up here, but these are more like 60, maybe 65 mile an hour winds. It's this area here, the blue area. This is the area that has the strongest winds, potentially over 80 miles an hour, coming through Peoria, Ottawa, Rantoul, and then Stanton and Lane. But if it's been pretty consistently kind of east-northeast, it would really have to pull to get up towards like DeSoto and Overland Park and stuff. So I'm not sure it's going to get up there, but definitely if you're on the southern side of the Kansas City Metro towards Olathe, Gardner, Spring Hill, Aubrey, Paola, really need to take basically tornado safety precautions, and also prepare for that down the road here towards Harrisonville, Belton, Raymore, areas like Garden City, Missouri, because this is coming your way at about 55 miles an hour. And again, that's Lane about now, Paola about 16 minutes. Hillsdale, that had the tornado the other night also, that's going to be same kind of time frame in about 16 minutes. And then Spring Hill 24, Aubrey 33, Lewisburg 28, and then into the Missouri side of things, Peculiar 42 and Harrisonville 48. Dangerous storms on the southern side of the Kansas City Metro. So some big hail in that storm still south of Erie, Kansas. And then we have other storms that are just lined up south of Wichita, north of, north of the Oklahoma City area. Some of those are considerable threat, golf ball size hail, ping pong ball size hail, east of Woodward, Oklahoma. All right, let's go back up and we'll take those tornado warnings. They've picked up the last little bit of an area in there near Tyler Fork up in northern parts of Wisconsin. Yeah, you can see the heavy wind there, the rain. It's really kind of slowed down the traffic. It's just hard to it's hard to gauge the wind on that particular camera just because we are farther away from the ground, I guess. And we do have an observed tornado continuing there across now. I wasn't surprised it wasn't observed, but this is going to be just to the east of this other camera that we have in the Wausau area. It's about to cross the highway there near Callan and Marshfield Medical Center near Weston. There's your area on Weston Avenue. It's just past this camera perspective, but a lot of the tornadoes today have been rain wrapped. We were actually fortunate on the early part of the stream to see a couple tornadoes in Minnesota that were a little exposed. We were on the backside of the storm, so we were able to look behind the storm and see them. If you were out in front of them, they would probably look rain wrapped. So another one here. Again, this is passing east of Wausau. So if you're in downtown Wausau, just pay attention to the storm, but just don't leave Wausau right now. Don't head to the south and east because that's where the storm is the strongest there. It's past Rothschild, where this camera perspective is. And it's now crossing areas around Commerce Drive, Callan, and just east of Wesson. That is the tornado warning there continuing. Also, the observed tornado now near Black River Falls. There's your tornado right in here. It's at County Highway E and approaching Lake Arbutus there near Black River Falls. It get developed east of the highway, east of 94, and continue to cross US Highway 12. It's following County Highway E towards Hatfield. Continue to take your tornado safety precautions there. This is for Clark and Jackson counties. Confirmed tornado that's near but north of Black River Falls, moving east at 45. Let's track that out real quick. Hatfield. Kind of, again, like the other storm, east-northeast. It is going to be in a little bit less populated area, but Hatfield about 3 minutes. Shortville and Nevins 16 to 20 minutes. It looks like from our camera perspective, it is definitely very high winds, but our that area around Ottawa may have dodged some of the worst of the severe winds across Kansas. Still seeing a very broad circulation in here around Durand. Where are we getting radar from? We're getting radar from Milwaukee. Okay, so that's not too bad. Yeah, still seeing a broad circulation in here around Durand. It's more of a hail producer right now than anything. There's winds going towards and away from the radar. But yeah, this is transitioned from more of an HP supercell that had embedded tornadoes to, at least recently, it's more of a big hail threat. And that is headed towards Beloit, Wisconsin. I do see that some of the cars pulled over, some of the trucks and stuff. Not necessarily under the bridge, so I don't know. I don't think it is from the hail. I think they maybe legitimately pulled over for the wind again, and it's not quite as bad as being broadsided, but if you're driving along and you don't know there's 80-mile-an-hour winds, it is going to really shake your car and startle you. So it is probably good that some of these people pulled over, but they're not blocking the highway like we've seen with the bridge campers, and it looks like they've moved on now that that storm has moved on a little bit. Move up that storm and see if we get any other shots of that storm. This storm also has some pretty damaging wind in it, and it looks like they are going to transition it to a considerable threat for the wind there. Tornado possible, considerable threat. These are the storm clusters that came out of the Cedar Rapids area. Couple circulations in here, but we haven't seen any tornadoes on the ground, at least recently, out of those ones. And then this whole cluster down into southern parts of Iowa, radar indicated, but also considerable threat for the wind in here. This is starting to kind of cluster together into more of a multi-cell cluster. So we'll see if the tornado threat continues. It may kind of continue as embedded spins, but we may start to see a little bit more wind and hail, and the hail threat should come down as storms do start to cluster together. Severe warning now across the Kansas City metro. That's kind of for that second storm that's developed across the Kansas City metro. A lot of lightning in that storm, but the heaviest storm in the Kansas City metro is this area south of Kansas City. It has a little bit of a rotation in this calm ahead, and then it extends a damaging wind threat, especially areas around Paola and Stanton, towards Spring Hill, Aubrey, Way, and Lewisburg. You need to really pay attention to that storm, and you can see these little bulges in here. That's the areas of the strongest winds. There's some in here, likely above 80 miles an hour, but they have stayed now in the last couple minutes south of I-35. I-35 is right in here. So right now, those are south of I-35, but they are making their way to a more populated area. Again, Hillsdale, Spring Hill, Paola, Lewisburg, Way, Aubrey. Those areas there need to be really prepared for some damaging winds. Yeah, they're coming right down the radial too, so we're getting a decent look at those, even though they're not crazy close to the radar at the moment, but the radar is up here in Lee's Summit, and so as the beam comes out, the storm is basically headed towards that beam, so that helps get a really good, accurate reading of the wind profile in this storm. So again, I kind of gave it out from the leading edge. Paola, about 5 minutes. Spring Hill, 12. Aubrey, 19. Belton, Raymore, Harrisonville, about a half hour from now. And again, that's actually picked up speed in the last little bit. So continue to basically take tornado safety precautions here south of the Kansas City area, especially south of Olathe. This would be areas around Lynn, Johnson, and Cass counties, Miami, Lynn, Johnson, and Cass counties in eastern Kansas. Other big storms, half-dollar size hail, severe thunderstorms around Girard, Fort Scott, and then some big storms south of Wichita, north of Oklahoma City, around the areas around Medford and Wakita. A little bit of rotation also on that cell, so we'll keep an eye on those. And golf ball size hail east of Woodward. Yeah, I feel like those storms haven't been making as much eastward progress lately. Seeing a kind of a new cluster of tornado-warned storms over here in north central Wisconsin. Areas rotating there south of Tomahawk, coming up towards Bundy and Harrisonville. And then this area here has a pretty tight area of circulation east of Merrill. And then our observed tornado, this is that area coming out of the Ringgold area and Callan, east of the Wausau area. There's your tornado debris signature also showing up there, crossing County Highway Road N. Let's take a look. It wasn't a debris signature for a while. Oh no. Unfortunately, as it kind of crossed more of those populated areas around Callan, that's when the debris signature really started to peak up. and that's continuing here around Eagle Road, County Highway N. That's going to continue working northeast Johnson, Wisconsin. Observed tornado warning there continues for Marathon County in Wisconsin, and that continues to work to the northeast at about 40 miles an hour. Let's get a track on those areas. 40 miles an hour. Johnson, about 10 minutes. You need to be in your tornado safe space. Lowest level into your room, away from those doors and windows. Put walls between you and the outside. And then we're going to look at areas around Marathon County Forest. 18 minutes. Antigo, Wisconsin. That's just outside the warning polygon. But keep an eye on this one because it's moving pretty quickly. About a half hour. So even though areas there aren't necessarily under the tornado warning, I would start to kind of gather my things that you need to go to your tornado safe space. If you need to get the pets ready, that kind of stuff. Whoops, that's not the draw tool. Yeah, there's your tornado in progress there. It's about, let's get a track. It's about 8 miles to the east of Wausau, Wisconsin. Yeah, Johnson, Hogarty, Snell. Those are your next areas under the gun there. Marathon County. More tornado warnings across parts of western Wisconsin, west central Wisconsin. We had an ongoing tornado around the Black River Falls area earlier. Still looks like there's some debris in here, but that is likely debris falling out of the sky around Hatfield. You can see the, I don't know, that might still be. No, I think it is just debris falling out of the sky. You know what? Could be back on the ground. Wouldn't be surprised if that's back on the ground near Hatfield. That's a dangerous storm. We saw it earlier on the debris signature there for areas around Black River Falls. Let's see. Let me move down. It is moving away from Black River Falls. Other severe warnings in Wisconsin right now. There's actually numerous ones in Wisconsin right now. But I also want to check out the big supercell that's riding along the Wisconsin and Illinois border. Here's a look at the areas around Beloit. It's still okay just to the areas right around Beloit, but you guys are going to be get in line for some really big hail. We may end up getting into some of the hail in this camera. This is looking, unfortunately, to the northeast. It's looking away from the storm. So the storm's going to come up from the left. We can see out ahead of this, dry road still around the Beloit area. But Rockton, Sherland, South Beloit, Roscoe, and Beloit, you guys are need to prepare for some damaging to destructive hail. Potentially baseball-size hail. We can see that on correlation coefficient. We can also see that on the differential. Ooh, boy. Deep differential. That is some really big hail. That is, you know, potentially baseball to softball-size hail in there. So that could be right along Yale Bridge Road. That is some big hail. One of our more nasty supercells right now that aren't producing tornadoes, out of all of them, that is one that is probably one of the worst ones that isn't producing a tornado right now. Tornado wings are going to continue here with a considerable threat for also the damaging wind. There's a couple areas of rotation in here, Cascade, Epworth, and Dubuque, and then areas around Belleville, or Bellevue. Tongue twister after you've been saying so many town names the last couple days. Boy, I feel like we were just in the Dubuque area earlier today. I'll pull up this camera again. It's on the west side of Dubuque looking towards those storms. You can see the roads are just starting to dry out, and now they're back into a tornado warning. They are across eastern Iowa, northeast Iowa. Some good news. I haven't had much good news in a little while. They are going to trim off some of the watches across Minnesota, the areas that got hit hard earlier, right when our stream was starting up around Rochester and points south and east of Rochester, with a couple different tornadoes there along the 94 corridor. That's all going to get trimmed off. Also areas around Des Moines and basically central Iowa, Waverly, Marshalltown, Ames, Newton, Knoxville, Indianola, and then also areas in northwest parts of Missouri, as well as areas around Topeka. Basically, once that line kind of clears you, you're in a better spot. Kansas City, Kansas and Missouri, 70-mile-an-hour wind, considerable threat across Kansas City. Further south, a destructive severe thunderstorm around Spring Hill and Paola in the in Kansas. This is just south of the Kansas City area. Whoa, ho, ho. This is rocking and rolling thanks to Kansas Drive and Kansas City Scout. Look at the heavy rain curtains moving across this camera. This is US 169. It's kind of interstate standards in a lot of the eastern Kansas, 4-lane divided highway with exits and things. And you can really see this camera bouncing. The storm is moving from left to right across this screen. Wow. That is some of the more significant winds right in here around Hillsdale, Lento, and Paola. And you can see probably not a lot of hail in here, but there may be some hail in this pocket of storms too. And this is basically moving east across areas here to the east of Kansas City, areas around Warrensburg, Pleasant Hill, Harrisonville, Aubrey, Belton. You need to treat this like it's a tornado warning if you're on the southern side of the Kansas City metro. And yeah, that is dangerous 80-mile-an-hour winds, destructive winds coming through the Kansas City metro. Other hailstorms in Kansas and southeast Kansas. Kansas is actually somewhat underperforming, especially eastern Kansas right now. There's some hailstorms, there's some big storms, but not a lot of high-end storms at the moment. Hey, Marjorie, how's it going today? Burlington, Iowa? Let's check you guys out. Burlington, Iowa. There's a lot of storms right now in Iowa, so I just want to make sure I got you guys. Okay, yeah, you're going to have storms coming your way in the next little bit. We're kind of seeing what happens to these storms. They were a little more individual earlier. They had there's some embedded areas of rotation, but we're starting to see a little bit more wind threat across those storms in southeast Iowa. So yeah, you're just west of you guys. You're in is a severe thunderstorm tornado possible tag, but it does look like, or at least right now, it's a bit more of a wind threat. There is some rotation back here. Yeah, there is some broad rotation back here near Hillsboro and Bonaparte. There's some other areas of rotation near Fairfield and then back up towards Washington. But yeah, Burlington right now, you're still kind of in that all hazards threat potential. Although right now it looks like the wind may be the strongest hazard headed your way at the moment. But we'll keep an eye on it. Especially if you live west of Burlington, you know, you want to start to kind of prepare for those severe storms. And they'll all eventually make your way across. The one good thing is that's kind of the one cluster of storms. There's some other areas of the country, particularly across Wisconsin, where there's kind of multiple clusters of storms. The one good news is once you kind of get on the backside of this, like by Ottumwa and out towards Centerville, and certainly back towards Des Moines, your severe threat should ramp down fairly quickly. Areas out ahead in the warm sector, like even St. Louis had severe storms earlier, but eventually they're going to get more storms later. $11 tornado warnings right now. This storm north and east of Wausau is a PDS tornado warning. Considerable threat there for that confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado. And this is 6 miles northeast of Weston, or about 10 miles east of Wausau. We've seen this one has had a debris signature for a little while too. It's a law enforcement confirmed tornado. A little surprised they didn't put the PDS out once they got the radar confirmation, but yeah, law enforcement confirmed tornado again. We've seen that the last few minutes. It's jogged a little bit towards the east, but still Johnson, you guys are up next. Johnson just outside of that debris signature. About 3 to 5 minutes there for Johnson, and then it's going to continue riding along Eau Claire River Road towards Hogarty, Wisconsin, 7 minutes. Mumford Preserve, 8. Snell, 10 minutes. And then areas like Elmhurst, Wisconsin, 16 minutes. Antigua, Wisconsin, 23. Again, if you're in the Wausau area, just don't go to the east. You're not technically in a warning there in Wausau. There also seems to be rotation picking up in this cell. We may start to see a bit of a cycling here. Looks like the original tornado is occluding, and we're seeing a new hook and rotation being pronounced over here. That would extend the tornado threat to the east, northeast towards Mattoon or Filex. So I wouldn't be surprised if we get a new tornado warning that probably covers like this area. Oh yeah, northwest Iowa, it's going to get cold. You guys might even see some snow showers. Burlington is okay right now. Although mobile homes have like different, you do want to plan differently for a mobile home, like generally. If you had a sturdy structure and a permanent structure in a basement, you know, you're probably in a little better shape in Burlington. If you're out here ahead of these storms in a mobile home, you may want to think about, you know, going to a friend's house or a family member's house, or even going to like the library or, you know, some type of public center. Some towns will open up their tornado shelters when there's the tornado watch too. So, you know, he may want to, or he or she may want to think, yeah, you said, he might want to think about maybe doing something else, you know, that way before the tornado warning would be issued. So kind of right now is a nice time to maybe think about a different action plan if you're in a mobile home, not just Burlington, but anywhere kind of in Illinois right now, or even parts of central Missouri that haven't had a lot of severe weather yet. Just kind of think about what you would do before that tornado warning, because it's easier to, you know, leave now and drive down the street and go to the library or even the medical center. Some places like those have tornado shelters and things like that. So you may want to check his local, check out your local kind of community and see what's there, especially on a higher end severe weather day like today, because there is a potential there of an all hazards threat. And even in a mobile home, it doesn't take a strong tornado. It can be a weak tornado. It can even be damaging winds like we're seeing south sides of Kansas City. New tornado warning there near Leonard and Monticello in Missouri. And yeah, I do want to go back to Kansas City too. Destructive severe thunderstorms. These are other areas where if you live in mobile homes out ahead of this, you really want to prepare like it's a tornado and not be in your mobile home. There is a tornado possible tag on this. There is a little area of rotation in here near Way. And then we're seeing, let me see if I can get a different camera perspective on this. Where is this? At Aubrey. All right, here's Aubrey. This is just to the north of this tornado, or not tornado warning, but this destructive severe thunderstorm. And again, some of the strongest winds right here on the leading edge, potentially 80 miles an hour coming up towards Aubrey, Kansas, Way, Lewisburg about now, and then Peculiar, Harrisonville, Belton. We've been talking about these towns for a good while now, about an hour. I remember we had it said 54 minutes to Belton. Well, now it's about 15 or 20 minutes or less to Belton. This is going to work its way up on the southeast side of Kansas City and still working at about 65 miles an hour. And that's going to be 8 minutes or less to Aubrey. You can see those storms closing in there. About 13 to 15 minutes to the I-49 corridor, Belton, Raymore, down towards Harrisonville, and then Lee's Summit, 23 minutes. Kingsville 30, Odessa and Oak Grove about 37 to 40 minutes. Danger storms there coming on to especially the south side of the Kansas City metro. This storm is observed near Rockford, northeastern Winnebago County, and then Boone counties in north central Wisconsin. Weather spotter confirmed damaging tornado. Let's see where that is. We have multiple cameras in this area. This is at the interstate here, at the basically at the Illinois Wisconsin border. This may split the gap between, yeah, it's definitely going to go north of Rockford, but Rockton, Roscoe, and South Beloit, you guys need to be in your tornado safe place. Lowest level into your room, away from the doors and windows. It's going to be in here. Yeah, that's really ramped up. Also, the wind profile has really ramped up a little bit. Some of that is hail contamination. Let me see if I can get a better velocity scan. There's a better scan. Yeah, it's going to be right in here near Sherland, Yale Bridge Road. Again, maybe right in here. It's hard to tell because there's so much hail wrapped in here. There's actually hail wrapped into the mesocyclone too. But if it is, it's in this area in here. It's a really dangerous storm. That has ramped itself up. That storm has dropped multiple tornadoes in its history. It's also had 70-mile-an-hour winds around Warren, Illinois. So yeah, dangerous storm there. Continuing that warning, the observe tag near Wausau. And let's see here. We have, like I mentioned earlier, a cycle. So we have a new area of rotation. Marathon, Langlade, and Shawano counties. Confirmed tornado 11 miles northwest of Wittenberg or 13 miles southwest of Antego, moving northeast at 50. That's a weather spotter confirmed tornado. That's going to be that first area of circulation. But the second area of circulation is really starting to ramp up. And I want to see if that first is even still kind of on the ground. Maybe. It's hard to say. This was the debris signature near Eau Claire River Road. Kind of weakened, but then it looks like it may have strengthened again real quick. Just passing the areas around Johnson. It's either still in here weakly or it's just debris that's kind of falling out. But I wouldn't be surprised if we get a new debris signature out of this one. A new Anawa and Bramwood. And then areas around Mattoon and Philex. That's a dangerous storm there. Observed tornado. Another tornado warning. Radar indicated towards Elcho, Wisconsin. And strong storms coming up through Rhinelander as well. Another tornado warning south of Nellisville, Wisconsin. And they have added that tornado warning across the Beloit, Wisconsin area. Again, tornado possible there, but also baseball-sized hail. I wouldn't be surprised if we start to see some really large hail on this camera perspective. Because that hail is going to be just across the border here. Basically over downtown Beloit. That's where the largest hail is right now. There are some other storms producing some decent size hail, golf ball size hail, considerable threat. Evansville, Broadhead, Monroe, areas around Madison, some especially west of Madison there, around Verona, some larger hail. Around Lake Mills, tornado possible tag with some larger hail there. There's rotation really close to the radar site. So pretty low level rotation there around Lake Mills. They're going to extend those tornado warnings for that cell south of Nellisville. You can see the rotation there coming up through Marshfield, Vesper, Pittsville. I feel like we just called those areas that just had tornado warnings a little bit ago. And then back down towards Dubuque. Dubuque, kind of a line of storms. This one is also starting to surge out as more of a wind threat, but there are areas of rotation along that circulation. A couple areas there, south and west of Dubuque. So continue to take tornado safety precautions in northeast Iowa, south central Dubuque, northeastern Johns counties. And the other one was Jackson and Dubuque counties. Yeah, some cars are pulling over. That's the better option instead of hiding under overpasses, is just at least you stop your forward momentum. So if the hail is coming at you and you're driving towards it, it's like a car crash where if two cars are coming together, they're going to collide at a higher rate. Where if you just stop, I mean, you still may have hail falling at 50, 60 plus miles an hour, but at least it's not going to be you're driving towards the hail while the hail is also coming towards you. Let's see. Oh, wow. 90-mile-an-hour winds. Yeah, here's another big pocket of really destructive winds. And these are what I was kind of saying earlier, too, for anyone that lives in a mobile home. Okay, just updated my stream tag. So make sure you share this if you're not in these areas. If you do have friends or family that are in some of these affected areas today, make sure you share this. Like and subscribe because that helps get the algorithm to push out this life-saving information to more people so we can get the warnings out to more people. Areas that, like some of those areas that are under warnings now that we gave, 54-minute warnings for earlier, a heads up, or 54-minute heads up. Some of those areas are now being affected directly. But these are generally coming towards the Quad Cities, so we'll keep an eye on this one. Tornado warning there, radar indicated, but it's also potentially producing some 90-mile-an-hour winds, destructive severe thunderstorm, and they may have kind of warned this as a tornado just because this could have, again, similar damage to a tornado, whether it actually puts one down or not. And it was moving at 50 miles an hour, so let's get some warning on this one. And this is generally south of Iowa City, but wouldn't go too far south of Iowa City right now. West Branch, West Liberty, about 20 minutes. Lone Tree, 8 minutes. And then it may get over towards the Quad Cities area, about 54 minutes or so. Walcott, 47. Durand and Wilton, about 30 to 40 minutes. Muscatine, Iowa, about 28 minutes. As well as considerable threat further down. Yeah, we're losing some of those tornado warnings and some of those storms in southern Iowa. But they are kind of concentrating on those areas of wind. Still seeing a rotation there near Monticello. We have that destructive severe thunderstorm warning, but also now a tornado warning. There's an area of rotation right in here. Ooh, that's close to being on the ground potentially in here at 195th Street. Look at the big surge of wind in here. If there is a tornado, it's going to be just kind of on the leading edge of that storm, just to the right of the water tower. This is looking out of Belton, looking to the south, and that is a dangerous storm there across the Kansas City metro, and especially on the south side of Kansas City, Belton, Lee's Summit, Raymore, Grandview. Tornado warning there, but tornado warning and also destructive 80-mile-an-hour winds. So again, tornado may be very small, but the wind field is going to be a lot wider than the tornado path. Don't want to double check the speed. 50 miles an hour. That's a bad draw. Hold on. Let me grab it again. It kind of arcs around like that. Yeah, Belton about 6 minutes. Probably even, it's, you know what, looking at that, I'm going to keep it at the 55 just by the look of how fast that cloud is moving towards this camera perspective. I think it's more at like 55 miles an hour. Belton, about 6 minutes. Raymore, 8. Lee's Summit, 17. Grain Valley, 30. And Oak Grove, 33 minutes. Again, tornado there is potential, but also the 80-mile-an-hour destructive winds. This camera is probably going to get slammed with the heavy winds pretty quickly here. Another pretty nice elevated camera, but the one, there is some trees down here in the bottom right of the screen, so you may be able to see the wind profile just a little bit better in this storm. But that is basically in line for that area of rotation, which is right in here, but also the most dangerous winds are also in that leading edge. And then so far, Oklahoma, this tornado watch in Oklahoma has been kind of quiet. We've had some hailstorms, considerable threat for hail, tennis ball size hail, now north of Enid. Some areas of rotation also in a couple of these cells, but we haven't had any tornado warnings so far. And then also one storm that's popped up in kind of east central Oklahoma, now near areas around Muskogee and Fort Gibson. There's the lightning on that camera. Let's see if there's the heavy wind next. While you're watching that camera, I am going to go kind of bounce around. Still a radar indicated area of rotation around Mattoon. That's that second area of rotation that's kind of cycled. Still in here. County Road Z, just west of Mattoon. Radar indicated tornado warning there near Granton and Lynn. Approaching areas around Pittsville, Wisconsin. A ton of severe thunderstorm warnings in south central Wisconsin right now. And then areas around Beloit, Wisconsin, that's gone back to radar indicated. That's severe thunderstorm with the large hail. I don't know if this is more of a Wisconsin thing or not, but there are some more bridge campers in the east. This is now east of Beloit on I-43 at Hart Road. And you can see them all tucked under the bridge there, that is where some of the largest hail is falling. You can see that on the camera as well. The road is getting covered with hail. Potentially, what is this being warned for? Ping pong ball size hail. That looks like there might be some at least golf balls in there. I don't know if I see any ping pong balls, but that's not what to do. Don't block the highway. Don't hide under the bridge, especially in a tornado warning, because that, if there is a tornado, can accelerate the wind. But you just want to do what like the people in the top here are doing. Pull off to the highway. Don't block any of the travel lanes. Honestly, if you can get off the highway, that's the better option. But yeah, pulling over and stopping and preventing that forward progress is the safer option. You can, okay, I just saw a really big hail fall, and it looked like a meteor, like something like a space impact. You could see, yeah, there's a few now. This is some big hail. and maybe above the ping pongs. We've talked about it on other streams. Not every hail is going to be the same size, so they're not all ping pong ball size, but the ones that are, and that may have been larger than a ping pong. There could be some lime-sized hail in here, I think. But you can see at least quarters to golf balls to ping pong ball size hail is starting to cover some of the roadway here. That's all hail, this kind of speckled color, and you can see it accumulating down on the lower road. And yet the water here, down in the water, that's why we saw the big splash. If you start to see the big splashes down here in the water, that's big hail. That's at least ping pong to lime sized hail. Still, tornado warning continues with that storm, but it doesn't look as imminently tornadic. That storm has been struggling, at least tornado-wise. They are going to issue a big, large tornado possible tag for that whole complex of storms. But yeah, some of the largest hail is right in there where our camera is located at I-43 and Hart Road. And potentially some ping pong to lime-sized hail. Nasty storms there. Observe tornado now in that storm near Lone Tree. That's for Louisa, Cedar, Johnson, Washington, and Muscatine counties. Confirmed tornado over River Junction. Law enforcement confirmed tornado there. That also has 80 mile an hour or 90 mile an hour destructive winds in here, coming towards areas around the Quad Cities eventually. There's at least 80 to 85 to maybe 87 mile an hour winds showing on the radar. And yeah, so far that area in Burlington, still strong to severe storms west of there. Considerable threat for 70 mile an hour winds, some tornado possible tags. But some of those storms in extreme southern Iowa have at least kind of downtrended just a little bit, just in the last little bit. Ping pong ball size hail, considerable threat for areas around Canton, south of Peoria, Illinois. And then we'll see here, still the destructive 80 mile an hour winds potentially across the areas around Kansas City and especially south of Kansas City. We now have a observed tornado right there near our radar. Why? It's just past this camera perspective. Okay. This is how dangerous this is. The tornado is in this shot. This camera is right here looking towards this tornado. It is back here in the rain. And yeah, you cannot see it. Tornado on the ground near Belton. This is just past the Belton Medical Center and Foxwood Drive. And it's now getting into that cone of silence around the radar site, but it's near Creekmore Country Club. Wow, that is moving fast. Observed tornado and destructive 80 mile an hour winds, damaging tornado confirmed near Raymore, moving east at 40. Radar confirmed. Yeah, it's going to be in here near Raymore, Missouri. Wow, that's crazy. It's in that shot, but we just can't see it. May have started west of right over the Belton area, but it's definitely in here, especially when we see the circular pattern. Harold Drive and Foxwood. And yeah, it's now moved over here towards Gore Road, Sierra Drive. These are areas on kind of on the outskirts of the Kansas City area. There's neighborhoods in here. There are, let's see, we're going to look for it now, maybe. Oh, it maybe just does its rotation. No, they are going to try and look for it. This was the camera perspective that tornado would have tracked over this camera. So I don't think it was on the ground, or it may have skipped across the highway, but east of the highway, it's definitely touched down there. Gonna get awfully close to the radar site. Areas around Greenwood, 6 minutes. Lake Winnebago, 4. Cockrell, Missouri, 12 minutes. Lone Jack, 16. Chapel Hill, 23. Hicks City, 19. And Lake Lafayette, 29. Dangerous tornado there, ongoing. And the strongest part of this is on the south sides of Kansas City. So if you're in downtown Kansas City, the issue is more for not you guys. Looks like it wrapped up just west of Belton, or over Belton. May have not touched down until just past the highway, because this was where our camera is. Surprised this camera didn't lose power. But it definitely was down here at Harold Drive. May have been down west over Belton. We'd been saying Belton for about 54 minutes. So if anyone's listening from the Belton area, I mean, we gave them a heads up. Looks like the hail has reduced in that area. And I thought that was water, but that actually may be a sidewalk. It's just shiny. I thought it was water on the side of the road, but I think it's a sidewalk. So that was big hail. If that was smashing onto the sidewalk like that. Also a little spin or some, no, you know what, that's a bit downbursting north of there. There's potentially some 70 to 80 mile an hour wind and quite a bit of this storm. I'm starting to see some storms in southeast Kansas, still having some hail and wind, considerable threat for wind around Douglas, and also Nevada, Missouri. But storms are kind of underperforming in that section of the storm system so far. And then the other tornado warning in Missouri right now is near Lewiston and Monticello. Area of rotation in there just south of Lewiston. And still seeing that 80 mile an hour destructive severe thunderstorm. There's the Lee's Summit area. You know what? Sorry about that. Thank you, Sarah. I think I had my I think I had it on mute there by accident. Kansas City is still under the destructive severe thunderstorm warning. I wouldn't be surprised if we get some power outage out of there. It depends where they are in the Kansas City area. We had the looked like a brief tornado around Belton and Raymore, maybe up close to the radar site. That has since been allowed to expire. I haven't seen any new tornado reports, and if there is rotation, it'd be like right over the radar site. But there's probably going to be some power outages around the Kansas City area, especially south side of the Kansas City metro. Yeah, I wish it told me. But oh, what do we have here? Oh, flooding. Is that flooding? No, I think they're just panning the camera. Oh, car accident. Like probably a weather-related hydroplane or accident or something. It looks like. That's in that area that had the large hail just a few minutes ago. It also looks like at a construction site. Geez, what a mess there in Wisconsin. Yeah, give it a little time in the Kansas City area. Kansas City, like itself, if you're Yeah, if your friends or family are in the Kansas City area themselves, there wasn't a tornado or anything that went through like downtown Kansas City or anything. Nothing like that. Just mostly some winds, maybe some 60 to 70 mile an hour winds across, it looks like the downtown, more populated areas of Kansas City. The heavier wind would have came across this area here. This is where we could have had maybe some 80 mile an hour winds, kind of in this swath. That would be Spring Hill, Aubrey, Gardner, Belton, Raymore, those types of areas. That storm has diminished some. It's kind of over the radar site right now around Harrisonville, Lee's Summit. We'll get a better look at this as it gets out away from the radar, but still likely 70 mile an hour winds coming towards the Warrensburg area. Yeah, geez, what a mess there in Wisconsin. And we're seeing more severe thunderstorms all the way lined up now down towards Nevada, Missouri, approaching El Dorado Springs, Osceola, Appleton City, Clinton. So a big cluster of severe warned storms. They're not super organized. We're not looking at an MCS complex or anything right now. We'll see. There's kind of like several clusters of storms. If they can kind of organize together, we might. The models were kind of indicating a pretty good squall line later today, but we'll see if they can kind of organize. Oklahoma still kind of underperforming right now, which is a good thing. Just underperforming compared to models, not my wishes or anything. Still a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado around Monticello, Missouri. Canton, this is in northeast Missouri, north of Quincy. Continue to take tornado safety precautions there. That's Adams and Lewis counties. You can see the wind on this camera. It's also zoomed in to catch that traffic accident or something. So it is also zoomed in, and anytime you zoom the camera, the movements are amplified. So it may not be quite that windy, but I did see it looked like the construction workers or someone checked on those people. So they look like they're good. They're probably honestly like stuck in the mud now that their car kind of hydroplaned off onto the side of the road. Okay, that's making me seasick. Let's go to the Quad Cities, because this is where we have 80 mile an hour destructive winds also coming towards the Quad Cities. Tornado possible there near West Liberty, Iowa. See if no debris signature on that one, but that's another kind of embedded spin right there at the leading edge of this damaging wind. Wilton, Durant, Walcott, Davenport, all the Quad Cities are basically kind of next in line for those winds there, especially northwest sides. That wind may kind of skirt the northwest sides of the Quad Cities. Things are calming down across central Iowa. They're going to trim more of the counties off the tornado watches. Again, in Iowa, we do have more of a one and done. If you're behind this cluster of storms, this line, kind of a broken line of supercells, if you're behind that, you're good to go. So Ottumwa, Okaloosa, Waterloo, Cedar Rapids, Iowa City, and West, you're all good to go. As I think it was Marjorie said earlier, and she's in northwest Iowa, there's potentially going to be some snow later on. Not accumulating snow, but maybe some snow showers across extreme northern Iowa and into Minnesota and into Michigan like tomorrow and stuff. It's going to be that drastic of a temperature drop. Tornado warning in far northern Wisconsin around Phelps, Wisconsin, right on the border of the UP of Michigan. Tend to not get too many tornado warnings up here, but that's also west of Iron River, Michigan. There is rotation on that. And then a new warning there, west or east of Antego, near Pauler, White Lake. This is that same storm that had a PDS tornado warning earlier. It's moving up towards Glade and eventually towards Townsend and Lakeville in far northern Wisconsin. Severe warned storms, tornado possible near Wittenberg, Wisconsin. And then back towards Marshfield, severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado there. Ooh, hard to see on that one. This is another storm that if it is producing a tornado, it'd be tucked up into the rain and hail. There's your rotation there south of Marshfield. Yeah, that's not fun. Dropping 40 degrees in the same day. Let's see, Marshfield about 14 minutes. That has also picked up in rotation there. Hewitt 17, Auburndale 24, and Meade State Wildlife Area 39. And then back towards Beloit and Janesville. That lead storm still has some rotation in here near Tiffany, but we're also getting a new warning. Looks like back for that western storm. A new warning there for Central Rock County. Yeah, that is a new warning. Severe storm capable of producing a tornado over Footville or 7 miles northwest of Beloit, moving northeast at 30. This is that same kind of cluster. Still kind of messy though, but it's right in here at State Highway 213, north and west of Beloit. Take that full. They're hunting for the tornado here in the Wisconsin DOT. Back a little bit to the left, you can see a little more structure here. Yeah, if they keep panning back to the left, it's going to be right in there. Yeah, back. Nope. The other way. There's your inflow. That's a nasty storm. Okay, that's looking south, southwest, back towards Beloit. There's the area of rotation, and then there's the big hail core that's just that bluish color there. That's the hail core. That's going to be coming across Janesville. Potentially some large hail. What are they warning this for? There's so many overlapping warnings. Ping pong to baseball size hail for the severe. There's 3 different warnings, and they all say 3 different things. Let's just scope it out. Okay, here's your hail in here. I don't think it's baseballs anymore. It's probably in that $50 to ping pong ball size range. Let's see. Let's do a little check. Let's look at the differential. Hail in kind of this area here. $50 to ping pong ball size. There's your area of rotation back in there. I don't see anything on the ground. There's a bit of a wall cloud. I think it's trying to develop right in here, the square area. This is like the front lip. You can see kind of that. Where are we looking here? Yeah, so here's the green. This is all headed towards the radar. That's in the front of your screen. That's all headed towards the radar this way, from left to right. So it'd be in the back. That should be headed back towards the back from right to left. And that's what we're looking at basically from this camera. Looking at this part of the storm rotating. You can kind of see it. It's not fast rotation, but this area here, like this kind of leading edge lip, if you watch it, is going, you can kind of see the west symbol in reference to that. This is moving this way, like my cursor, but it's not moving very, it's not like whipping. It's moving very kind of gradually this way. And then this is probably going to be tucking back on this way. So there is rotation in here. No! Why would we move the camera? I mean, honestly, why would we move the camera? I know it's DOT, but if you're concerned about a tornado hitting the highway, we don't need to stare at the highway. We need to look at the area of rotation. That was the perfect shot of that rotation. This looks like it's maybe at the DOT rest stop or the way station, like once you cross into the Wisconsin border there. All right, we'll go back to that one. Still tornado warning. They're going to continue with the storm west of the Quad Cities. Radar indicated tornado warning there for Cedar, Scott, and Clinton counties in east central Iowa. Still moving east northeast at 50. And still a destructive tag on this. Yeah, there's still destructive wind coming towards the Quad Cities area. There we go. Back. Yes, back there. A little further back. A little to the left, please. Right there. Stop. I guess they're just going to keep checking on it and just bounce back and forth between the highway and the rotation. I guess that works. Areas around Mediopolis, Morning Sun, Wapello in Iowa. Area of rotation here. This is going to cross into Illinois around Aledo, Keithsburg, and Millersburg, south of the Quad Cities. Nothing on correlation coefficient there yet, but that's a dangerous storm. Get a timing track on this one. A lot of counties because it's crossing a couple states there, but Henry, Des Moines, and Lucia counties in southeast Iowa, Henderson, Warren, and Mercer counties in northwest Illinois. That's also moving east at 55. Storm speed has seemed to increase a little bit in the last little bit of last hour or so. I feel like early on we're tracking more storms in that 35 mile an hour range, and recently it seems like we've been getting into the 55, 60s. That's going to be Keithsburg, about 18 minutes. That's right at the Mississippi River there. And then Millersburg, 28, Aledo, 30. Same for this storm. Let's look at this storm. A lot of communities here on the northern side of the Quad Cities. Dixon, 15 minutes. New Liberty, 10. Maysville, 16. Parkview, 26. DeWitt, 30. And if it all holds together, Clinton area is about 50 minutes or so. Also have the storming that's coming out of the Monticello area is getting warned there around Keokuk, Iowa. This is right at the kind of the tri-state where Missouri, Iowa, and Illinois all come together. But this will work probably more into Illinois than Iowa, but Hancock County in west central Illinois, Lee County in southeast Iowa, and Clark County in northeast Missouri. Tornado warning continues there. I'm so excited for there. I say it almost every stream when we have storms in this area. Edina, Missouri is getting a National Weather Service radar site. Their local congressman and community got funding for it. I think it was supposed to be online by 27. So maybe by next severe weather season, we won't have a radar hole in southeast Iowa. There's a beautiful look at the storm. Look at that. This is getting closer to the camera as it's also rotating. Let's see in here. I don't think it's on the ground, just by the looks of it. Look at the very low condensation level today. So it's not hard to get tornadoes when the cloud decks are so low like that. Back in here, that's towards the hail core. You can see that bluish color back in here. And then the area of rotation actually probably, yeah, back in there. There we go. That's a good look at it. There's the hail color core back here. That's the bell. So yeah, that's the area of rotation, kind of passing this camera to the north. But back in there, that's the right side of the mesocyclone. Back up in here. And then the left side is somewhere back further. Yeah, you can see the clouds in here are moving from left to right. Yeah, these clouds are moving from left to right. over these clouds here on the front side. So yeah, these clouds are moving up towards the mesocyclone and the area of rotation. A little bit faster left to right movement now. May also just be the perspective of the camera too. Okay, some good news for Kansas City. Things are winding down a little bit across immediate Kansas City. Those considerable threat storms are near Odessa, Higginsville, Lexington, down to Garden City, approaching areas around Clinton, and then down towards Nevada, but not as severe down there. Kansas City, flash flood warning continues across the Kansas City metro for those, a lot of heavy rain. There's more storms kind of back here, southwest of Kansas City, but those are not severe at the moment. Your severe threat across Kansas City and really the I-35 corridor is winding down, including areas around Wichita, basically to the Kansas border. There's one severe storm right when you get to the Kansas border. Otherwise, Kansas, I-35, you're going to be clean and green here in a couple minutes. Burlington, Iowa, considerable threat there, 70-mile-an-hour winds. Not seeing as much wind in there, but right now across Burlington, it looks like it's more of a wind threat. You have a tornado warning south towards Keokuk, and then one up towards Mediopolis and Keithsburg. It's rotating, but not super vigorously. Kind of lost that circulation a little bit, although it's still in here. Comes the wind bouncing off that camera. Yeah, it's definitely decreased this area of circulation, and we're getting close to the radar site. So if it was on the low level, we would see that more. Starting to surge out. You can see that surge out. I may have cut that circulation off. But still a dangerous storm with some 70-mile-an-hour winds coming into the Quad Cities area. I move this camera just up a little bit. Can we get another? This is a little better option. I would have gotten off the highway, like exited there, but this is what I would do if I was out here, unless these are storm chasers trying to see that area rotation. But instead of driving into the hail core of a big storm you see on a highway, especially like this, where you can see quite a ways in this part of Wisconsin, around Beloit and Janesville, instead of driving into that storm, I would just kind of pull off and get off the highway or go to the rest stop. And instead of driving into that hail core, because you can see what all kinds of problems that causes. Although these may be some storm spotters also that are watching that wall cloud. See, that's not as good. Now these people are blocking the highway. This is a different camera, but especially in a tornado warning, please don't go under the overpasses. There's not that big a hail, at least right now, in that storm either. Rotation is going to be crossing the highway, so may not have the best perspective of it for the next couple minutes. Here comes that wind towards the Davenport area. Let's take a look. Still seeing some 70-plus-mile-an-hour winds in here. Pretty close to the radar site, too. They've dropped the 90-mile-an-hour tag, so that's good. And that's probably more accurate with the close to the radar site. back up. We'll take a look at the top part of the storm system. Still seeing rotation in here. White Lake, Langlade, radar indicated rotation there. And let's check that area. Still seeing some rotation around Marshfield in Wisconsin. But that northern area is starting to maybe wind down just a little bit there. We may have lost the connection to that camera. This is not what you want to do. There's not a hail threat on this part of the storm. Let me double check that. Yeah, the bigger hail is well north of there. So these people are stopped under basically the tornadic circulation, which is not what you want to do, especially under the overpass. There's no hail in here in that part of the storm. They're down here like in this. That's where your inflow is. And here's your RFD surge, which you could get some strong RFD on that. Still don't think this is on the ground. Although, wait a second, it actually might be. Just on the last scan, right there. It's likely on the ground. It's going to be right in there. Let's see, hold on. Avon Road. There it goes. It's the other way. It's right over there. There it is. It's just east of the highway here in 3990. It's at Maple Lane and Elm Drive. If they turn that camera just a little bit further, here's winds going away from the radar towards the radar. Yeah, it's just off the camera to the right. Please turn the camera to the right. Please turn the camera to the right. Okay, yeah, there's all the bridge campers. Again, there's no hail in this part of the storm. So this is all tornadic and winds. It's going to be right, just, no, now to the left, swinging around. It's going to be just to the left of this camera perspective. Oh, you know what? The pole might actually block. It's going to be like right in there. The pole actually might block that camera. Okay, here's your RFD winds surging on the back side of that storm. They're blowing back across this camera perspective. But yeah, that's your tornado right in here. Observed tornado. Confirmed tornado near Janesville. Damaging tornado weather spotter confirmed. So yeah, we have eyes on it. That's good. Let me see if the camera... It's going to be too far north. Other camera that was showing our rotation is not working at the moment. But I don't think it took a direct hit. I think it's just down for now. Okay, yeah, swing it back around. There's also more storms to the west. Yeah, that has an interesting look there too. A little bit of rotation there as well on that storm to the west. They are going to line up a new... they're going to kind of double it looks like. That's a weird warning, but I'm guessing there's a different National Weather Service office that would fill it in. Yeah, there's the other storm back down to the south. A little bit of a wall cloud trying to develop there too. Okay, the tornado is going to be basically behind that pole. Like right there. Oh, that might be it. Right in there. In this hazy area. I think I saw an edge, but it's hard to tell. It's right in here. It's wrapped in this rain ball. Looking for power flashes. Look for power flashes under this area of rain and wrapping rain curtains. That is going to be where your tornado is located. That's not it. Observed tornado continues there. Rock County, Waukesha, and Jefferson counties in southeast Wisconsin. It's going to basically parallel 43, but just to the north of 43. And then, yeah, I'm kind of interested in that area back there. The next storm down, also starting to show some rotation. Looks very kind of similar to what we saw earlier, but that's the mesocyclone of the second storm. That's its hail core back off to the right with the lighter greenish blue color. This is kind of the right side of the mesocyclone. It's kind of a bell shape. That's the left side of the mesocyclone, and it'll slowly start turning. It's not a wall cloud. That's the actual mesocyclone base. If there's a wall cloud, you'd see it kind of like below even that. But that is starting to rotate a little bit tighter now too. That's down by Newark, and that'll ride up towards Janesville. And the same camera perspective. That's crazy. Ongoing tornado off to the east of the highway here in this camera, and there's a developing mesocyclone and a developing area of rotation to the southwest of that area. Madison, tornado warning there, across the Madison area, and especially points east of Madison and north. Kind of a broad area of rotation. It briefly tightened up near Ashton Corners. Broadened back out. It's more of a wind threat. Big bulge of wind coming through the Madison area. Maple Bluff towards Sun Prairie, though. Continue to stay in your tornado safe space in case that strengthens and tightens back up. And I know everybody in Milwaukee is just watching all this being like, oh no, not again, because this has been the story the last few days here in the Milwaukee area of just big storms off to the west and just coming through with flooding and heavy rain, and we'll see that likely on our cameras later tonight. We'll see more flooding across the Madison area. The storm has weakened around morning sun. I shouldn't say weakened. The storm hasn't weakened. Still a really strong severe thunderstorm. The air of rotation has weakened. And then still strong storms coming through the Burlington area right now. They've issued a severe thunderstorm watch or warning that covers all that from Macomb, La Harpe, all the way up through the Quad Cities. There's the other mesocyclone looking at that area. Destructive storm now. Yeah, the winds picked back up in the storm near the Quad Cities. 60 plus mile an hour winds to 70 to 80 mile an hour winds. Going to be just north of town. Let's see. Let's get up here. That's a cool look with the evening sun kind of illuminating that mesocyclone. Doesn't look quite as organized as it did just a few minutes ago. Here's a look out of the Quad Cities. This is just on the northwest side of town. This is at I-80 and Northwest Boulevard, which is right in here near the Denny's. That's the Denny's off to the the right of the camera. So we are looking to the west from about right there. That camera is going to get into the action here in just a couple minutes. You can see the dark clouds on the horizon line. Tornado warning continues, and there is a little bit of area of rotation right there near Maysville as well. So keep an eye on that one. A couple areas of rotation north of the Quad Cities, but it's a damaging wind threat, 80-mile-an-hour damaging winds coming towards the Quad Cities. We'll keep an eye on that one. A lot going on right now. This camera just went a little haywire. I think it's trying to look at traffic. You can see all the traffic. It's 6 o'clock, and this is I-39 and I-90, and it looks like we might have a traffic accident or something. But no, I think, is it? Yeah, maybe. I think I see flashing lights. I don't think that's tornado related. Antioch, Tennessee. You guys got storms yesterday pretty good, right? Is that in the Nashville area? Okay, I was going to do it off the top, but we'll just... Yeah, okay. I thought it was in the Nashville area. You guys are a long way from the storms. I believe there is technically... Nashville has a general thunderstorm risk. So no severe chance really today. But tomorrow, it's going to be close. If you get storms, it's going to be late at night, basically in the overnight hours. They should be weakening by the time they get into Tennessee tonight. So that you may get some storms in the Nashville area, but at least right now, it doesn't look like they're going to be severe. And then the good news here for Nashville, the cold front and those storms should kick through before daytime heating tomorrow. So that's why the severe threat is further north and east tomorrow. So yeah, by the time it gets kind of on that corridor there for Nashville, should be diminishing storms. But yeah, it doesn't look like as big of a severe threat. We'll keep an eye on it though. The bigger severe risk is across parts of Indiana, basically north of the Ohio River. And then nothing really for the next couple days. There are some signs, and it's a longer term, but there are some signs maybe by the middle to the end of next week that the southern plains and into even the Mississippi Valley, the southern Mississippi Valley, there's some signs, and it could change because it's about a week out, but there are some signs that the southern jet stream is a little more active next week. So do watch that just in the long term for severe storms next week. But yeah, otherwise Nashville, it looks like you're going to get through okay. How'd yesterday go? You guys got a decent amount of storms, I think, right across the Nashville area, Paducah, a little bit of a cluster of storms. We were close to broadcasting yesterday, and then they kind of backed off just a little bit. And I had a couple other things I wanted to get done before today's big stream. Yeah, there's the hail core of this other storm. Wow. Oh, here's the wind coming through, these 70, 80-mile-an-hour winds in the Quad Cities. But here is the hail core and that mesocyclone of the second storm. Doesn't look quite as organized for the rotation, but the hail core has definitely come up in that second storm near Janesville. Yeah, that's going to be a hail and wind threat back across the Janesville area. And then still the observed tornado continues. I don't see it as much in there right now. It's likely intermittently on the ground that we saw it there near Elm Drive. Looks like it may still have a debris signature. But then it looks like it was back on the ground near Avon Road, which is just east of this camera perspective. And it has since looks like weakened. It may still have something in here. It's hard to tell. And as you can see from the camera, that it's not a big forested area. So if it's in a farm field, it may not be picking up that much. Especially since this area has had so much rain. Ooh, it would be back in there. if they just pan the camera back. But yeah, this is a mess. Look at all the traffic. And basically they're between two supercells. They got a tornado potentially on the ground to the east, and then a big hail and wind threat coming into the highway. Not a fun night. If you don't have to travel right now in Janesville, please don't. Going to the wrong camera. There's the heavy winds coming into the Quad Cities. It's in this area around Maysville and just north side, especially the north sides of the Quad Cities here. That's an impressive storm. A couple of their tornado warnings still have that tornado warning around Keokuk, Iowa. Yeah, area rotation is just kind of over all three states. It's right at the confluence of where, oh no, never mind. I'm thinking it's up here. It's crossing into from Missouri into Illinois. So Keokuk, Iowa, I don't think you're going to be in that tornado threat. Looks like it is just going to cross into Illinois. And another tornado warning continues back near Edina and Rutledge, Missouri. We have considerable threat, severe thunderstorms, starting to get storms to line out a little bit. So we will start to lose the supercell threat, but continue with an embedded QLCS embedded tornado threat into the evening. Here comes the big wind and rain into this camera. Rotation in here, surprised this doesn't have a tornado warning. Ping pong ball size hail and tornado possible there, Taborville, Missouri. Chalk level, Lucas Springs, Lowry City, and then up towards areas around south of Deepwater. It's going to be on 13 south of Kansas City. So be ready to take your tornado safety precautions in, where is this? St. Clair County, Missouri. Some of these trucks have probably pulled over actually kind of smartly, because this is what I was saying earlier. These are going to be some pretty significant winds on the broad side of these trucks. And I mean, they may still go over, but it's easier to just tip over than if you're driving at 70 miles an hour and get tipped over. So we'll see how this highway kind of handles the heavy wind coming into here. There it is. And this is just south of Janesville, Wisconsin. Severe thunderstorms, capable of producing tornadoes, and at least one of those cells right there in that cluster is intermittently producing a tornado. Rotation rate in here. Still getting radar out of the Kansas City area, so we see the winds towards the radar and away from the radar. There is also hail coming up in this storm. This is an example of side lobe contamination. The base velocity level, the tilt 1, kind of doesn't have the rotation in the right spot. So I moved it up to tilt 2, and that locates it better to where the rotation would be. The level 1 has it up in here, and that's generally where we don't see areas of rotation. It's generally going to be down in here in the hook, where the RFD and the forward flank and the inflow kind of funnel in. But the radar beam is looking out here, and some of the radar bounces off some of the higher reflectivity objects like the hail. So it thinks it's up here, and it kind of over amplifies those. And that's what we call side lobe contamination, because the radar beam has a lobe that also kind of goes up. So that it's the side lobe. Anyway, they are going to issue a tornado warning, but it's back for the actual area of rotation, which is back here. Tornado warning there for St. Clair County in Missouri. Near El Dorado Springs, moving northeast at 45. Osceola, 17 minutes. Lowry City, 19. Scout Reservation, 28. And then Warsaw, 45. So continue to take tornado safety precautions there. That's a storm that's kind of out ahead of the line that's developing. You can kind of see this line developing here. That's a own kind of supercell. You can see that. So this may be a little bit of an issue that we're going to have for a while. So keep an eye on this one. Warsaw, Versailles, Cole Camp, even out towards Osage Beach and Eldon. That's a nasty storm. They brought that tornado warning back to radar indicated across the Janesville area. But then, yeah, okay, observe tag, but that's the expires in 9 minutes. So still overlapping warnings here. Milwaukee is going to issue that as radar indicated. I don't see that on the ground right there. Just got a new tornado warning back in Missouri. Areas around Butler. Yeah, Ume, I think that's how you pronounce that. Ume, Foster, New Home, and Rich Hill. New tornado warning there. That is for Bates County in west central Missouri. Yeah, that's come up a little bit, just near Ume. So 2 tornado warnings in west central Missouri. They are well south of Kansas City. So Kansas City, you're in okay shape at the moment. Then back up to the Madison area around Sun Prairie. Air rotation there around Sun Prairie. And yeah, 2 supercells. You have the lead one kind of right in there, and then the second one right on its heels, kind of interacting with each other too. So this is a big mess of rain, hail, wind, and potential tornadoes. Did I see that right? Did this camera have a wiper? Fancy Wisconsin. It's been a little, it seems like it's been a little bit of a quiet, severe season so far for that area too. In Tennessee. Here's a look at the Quad Cities. Let's go check them real quick, since that's another area, pretty good metro area that has damaging winds coming through it. Most of the strongest storms are right over north of the Quad Cities. Pleasant Valley, LeClaire, Rapid City. This is downtown, right along the river at Bettendorf and Moline, looking towards that strongest portion of the storm. But I was just kind of checking the density there. I do want to let's hop up and see some of the strongest storm. Part of that storm is going to be right in this area. Yeah, we'll take a look at this. This is more of a stronger part of the storm. See if we get anything from that perspective. Couple pockets of some stronger wind in here too, but on the tornado threat. This looks like it's trying to wrap itself up again around Johnstown, Wisconsin, Lake Lorraine, Turtle Lake, and then getting up towards Lagrange. Both of these look interesting for tornadic development at the moment. That's on the back side of that. See how quickly that's moved away. Here's, again, this is I-35 or 39 and 90. And that's right about there. Our camera. So the rotation would be just to the east of this. That heavy rain and wind that moved over just a few minutes ago. And yeah, this is tightening back up around Lake Lorraine, which these cluster storms are going to be an issue for some of the more populated areas in Wisconsin, from kind of those areas, Milwaukee and points south. Really need to watch that cluster of storms. And tornado warning continuing also up here towards White Lake, Townsend and Lakewood, Wisconsin. Way up here in the North Woods. There's your rotation there near Townsend and Lakewood. It's going to get into some really unpopulated areas or low populated areas as it crosses into extreme northern parts of Wisconsin. And already a couple of those lead cells, tornado possible tags on these. Areas of rotation in there near Cascade, Wisconsin, and then also here near Rubicon. Some hail and wind, and then they've also extended a special marine warning out across parts of Lake Michigan. Eventually this is going to get over towards western Michigan. Probably not as severe by then. And yeah, they're going to continue that tornado warning south of Keokuk, Iowa. And it is more of an easterly mover, so areas in Illinois around Plymouth and Augusta. That's going to be a new warning there for Hancock County in west central Illinois, moving east at 30. So a little bit of time there. Augusta about 39 minutes, Plymouth 40. And if I zoom in, West Point 14, Chile 19, Bowen 27. Some smaller communities there in west central Illinois. Big, messy cluster storms. This is also going to be a flash flood issue. You can see the flash flood warnings. Actually, let me just do that real quick. This is a thing that doesn't get as enough coverage on severe weather coverage, but if I turn off most of the other warnings, these are all flash flood warnings in here. Dubuque, and then there's river flood warnings too, the smaller ones, but this whole southern part of Wisconsin has had flash flood warnings for all the heavy rain that we've had. And then there's also other ones, it looks like up here towards Stevens Point. Tons of flash flood warnings, tons of river flood warnings. And also down here into eastern Kansas now and western Missouri, another area that has a lot of heavy rain the last couple days and tonight. So yeah, there's flash flooding is going to be an issue that continues, but especially across this area seems to have gotten a lot of heavy rain the last couple days. Going to reload the radar because sometimes that bumps some new storm reports in. So I want to kind of see what we have for new storm reports. A lot of these tornadoes today have been rain wrapped. I haven't seen as many pictures or video of them on social media, just because we've had so many rain wrapped tornadoes today. It looks like, just based on kind of just the rough look at things, it looks like we've had maybe a couple significant tornadoes today. Storm Prediction Center just put out a mesoscale discussion. Early stages of a squall line developing are noted, with potential severe winds that will increase downstream. And it's basically covering that area in Illinois. Yeah, it's kind of covering this area. That's the area that it looks like the Storm Prediction Center is watching for a squall line to kind of develop out of these clusters of storms. They are starting to line up a little bit, and they're going to extend out a warning, considerable threat there, beyond that tornado warning, which is also ramping up there. Where is this? This is around Breckenridge, Illinois, County Road 700 around Sutter. There is rotation in there. County Highway 350, south of Carthage and south of Keokuk. And then quickly, these storms are moving through the Burlington area. Now, more the higher winds are now into Illinois. But yeah, there are some significant winds in here near Monmouth, Illinois, and points to the east and north of Monmouth, and then also back across areas to the north and east of the Davenport area. Yeah, coming up towards Clinton. Here's Clinton at the Mississippi River. This is looking back towards Clinton. So with those storms approaching, this is a good perspective. Yeah, we did get some more storm reports. Power line snapped, sheet metal ripped off, tornado possible, Iron Hills, Iowa, 67 mile an hour winds reported earlier around Cascade, 60 in Greeley, Iowa. Pea-size hail. So yeah, and here we've gotten more hail reports dumped into the system too. 3-inch hail near Dakota, Illinois earlier. Yeah, that storm has produced some big hail, and we saw some big hail on the cameras earlier too. I think that we saw some lime-size hail. Multiple photos and video of a tornado between Harrison and Rockton. Tornado reported by train spotters around Harrison. Maybe the same tornado. So yeah, there are a couple areas there that have produced tornadoes. That whole complex is now advancing towards areas north and east of Janesville, towards Whitewater, eventually in here into the southwest suburbs of Milwaukee around Verona, or Vernon, and East Troy. We have to pay attention for these areas there. Looking back towards Kansas, let's take a look at those couple storms in Kansas. This is near Pittsburgh, Kansas, looking towards those storms. They have actually dropped the severe warnings there around Fort Scott. That's good to see. Strong storm radar indicated tornado warning continues there. Lowry City and Osceola, Missouri, about to cross Highway 13. And then another area, radar indicated tornado warning around Rich Hill. That's that little area around Rich Hill. Moving up towards Appleton City. That's crossing I-49 just south of the Butler area. Destructive baseball-size hail. Wow, that is a supercell. This is another area that's had some larger hail today. 3-inch diameter hail reported at just before 5 o'clock around Jet. That was a destructive severe thunderstorm earlier that did that. This has increased in the last couple minutes near Ponca City. Yeah, that storm has definitely gotten better organized in the last few minutes. Not rotating super tight though, but it is a supercell. Some very big hail in there. Correlation coefficient shows that. Our reflectivity shows like max level hail. You can see way up here at the top of the screen. The brighter pinks and purples. That is some of the largest hail that can show on the reflectivity. And let's see here. Should show in differential too. Yeah, that is some very deep differential reflectivity here. This is some really big hail. Could be some of the biggest hail that we've seen today, right in this area around Eddy, Blackwell, and treat this similar to a tornado warning. That's why it has a destructive tag on it. Wind-driven large hail can do significant damage, like significant damage. Let's see, I may have a camera up that way. I don't know if I do. Go back to those storms in Iowa here on the camera perspective, but let me see. Blackwell. I don't think we're going to see much from these cameras perspectives up here, but that's kind of the closest. This hail core is probably going to pass south of this camera, but we'll see. We'll keep it on. Yeah, there's wind-driven hail in here for sure. Blackwell, Tonkawa, you guys need to basically take similar tornado precautions. Lowest level into your room, away from doors and windows. Put walls between you and the outside as possible. Make sure there's no skylights above you, glass above you. That could do some really big damage there. Severe thunderstorm below that, Hunter, Billings, and Garber with some golf ball size hail, but that's nothing compared to the baseball size hail that could be falling. Deer Creek, between Deer Creek and Lamont, over towards Blackwell and Tonkawa. Dangerous storm there. Wouldn't be surprised if there's a little bit more hail in that storm near Dexter too. And making sure we have not had any storms fire severe. Oh, there are some that are starting to go up. There's a bit of a conditional threat down here. Not as much forcing, but there is a dry line. So it's more of a dry line setup. We could get some isolated hail across parts of the Big Bend region of Texas. That baseball-sized hail may be one of the more impactful storms besides our tornado-warned storms right now across Oklahoma. Still seeing rotation in here. It's now east of US or Missouri Route 13, east of Osceola. But again, you may get more severe weather back with the tornado warning storm near Rich Hill. And then kind of just general thunderstorms right now across parts of the west central Missouri. Public report of a touchdown. That's the Belton storm. Let's see. We got some 70-mile-an-hour wind reported at Raytown. 67 at Spring Hill. 65 in Ottawa. 60 there. 70 in Waverly, Kansas. 70. I don't know. I haven't seen any of those 80 reports that was warned for, but at least it's at least verified some 70-mile-an-hour wind reports earlier in eastern Kansas. Then there's some storm reports that came in from that one cell that was pretty punchy across the St. Louis area, and especially west of St. Louis. Some trees and power lines down around Wentzville. Power pole snapped. Power pole snap. It's interesting. It didn't show up a ton, but there seems to be a bit of a path here. I don't know. Maybe just a pocket of damaging wind or something. But one of those storms was fairly impactful. The other one had a few reports of 1-inch hail. They are going to extend that tornado warning into areas around Warsaw. This is around Truman Lake, so make sure you're off the lake. Benton County, Missouri. It's located 7 miles east of Lowry City, moving northeast at 45. And that has tightened up in the last couple minutes. That looks a little more impressive than it did just even a couple minutes ago when it crossed near Osceola. Not as much out here because of the reservoir, but there are some communities. There's a lot of recreation opportunities out here. So yeah, be in your tornado safe space if you're around the Warsaw area, about a half hour away. Actually, a little closer than that. 19, 20 minutes. A lot of severe thunderstorm warnings right now in areas like Sun Prairie. Let's take a look at this. We got a new warning here for areas around LaGrange, Troy Center. Areas just right close to that radar site. You can also see there's some pretty good wind in here. And this is look up here towards Vernon, looking towards those storms. So that's a good perspective we can use for those storms as they close in on the southern suburbs and the southwest suburbs of Milwaukee. Yeah, there's your areas of rotation kind of in here near LaGrange. And it's another one that is going to be wrapped up in the rain. Not going to brag. I try not to brag too much, but that camera that we saw earlier with the large hail, it was being warned for like golf ball or ping pong ball size hail at Hart Road, just about a mile down the road. I said it was going to probably be about lime size because it looked bigger than the golf balls and ping pong ball size. We did get a report of train spotter lime-sized hail just on the next exit down. So that was likely some lime-sized hail we saw hitting on our camera perspective there. And yeah, this is going to be a big flash flood threat. We still see more storms and rain moving across the same area between Beloit and Janesville, back through Broadhead, Rock Grove, Freeport, into Illinois. Just a big mess of rain and wind and embedded areas of circulation. Ooh, that's a tornado on the ground right there. Bam, right there. Highway 19 near Waterloo, between Waterloo and Marshall. This is the tornado warned storm that is coming out of the Madison area around Sun Prairie, Watertown, Richwood, and all those areas need to take your tornado safety precautions. I don't think we're going to see it from this perspective near Sun Prairie. Ooh. It's just probably off this camera to the right, but that camera is like right here looking off this way to the northeast. But yeah, Waterloo, State Highway 19. You guys need to be in your tornado safe space. Lowest level into your room. If that's not on the ground, it's likely developing very quickly. Dane, Jefferson, and Dodge counties in southeast Wisconsin, and it's moving east at 30. Okay, Waterloo, 3 minutes or less. Mud Lake Wildlife, 19 minutes. Richwood, 25. Lebanon, 40. And Watertown, Wisconsin, 29 minutes. And then if that does hold together, areas like Neosho, about 53 minutes from now. Again, tornado warning continues there along Highway 19. Wouldn't be surprised if that touched down briefly. It looks like it's weakened just on the last scan, but dangerous storm there now east of the Madison area. We've lost our other tornado warnings. There still is some rotation also down here near Delavan, Wisconsin. Continue to watch that area around County Highway M. And then this area near LaGrange has broadened out, coming towards Troy Center. Keep an eye on that one. It is close to the radar site, so if anything spins up, probably see it pretty quickly. And Rockford, I mean, you have more severe storms back here to your west, but Rockford has gotten pretty lucky so far. This is the immediate Rockford area, and those tornadoes and hail have basically gone in a corridor 5 or 10 miles north of town. You can see some of those warnings coming across the screen down below me there. Some hen egg hail, lime size hail, golf ball size hail. And now those storms are kind of lining into a convective system. We're starting to also see a little bit more of a push to the east. Trying to find, I haven't seen a lot of pictures of tornadoes today yet on media. Some people on social media post pictures and video, but then it's actually not their video. It's actually some of the other streamers like us that captured tornadoes, which is a little frustrating. Yeah, let's take a look. Still, you guys are still in that tornado watch another 4 hours, although they'll probably extend it. Say 11 p.m. That tornado watch goes for the St. Louis area until 11 p.m. Let's get an ETA. So these lead storms across west central Missouri are, one, it's not looking as healthy as it did earlier. Still is tornado potential in here. south of Warsaw. They're moving at about 45. This line, though, that's going to start to catch up to them is moving at 55. So I'll time it out from there. Actually, let me just I'd probably say like 3 to 4 hours at 55 miles an hour, but we'll just check it. Yeah, so roughly about 4 hours to get over towards this area, roughly around Festus Hillsborough. About 4 hours if it stays on that 455 mile an hour forward speed. It could speed up. So if these continue to line up and kind of organize into more of convective systems, they could potentially speed up. So at least about 4.5, or sorry, at least about probably like 3.5 hours. But more likely maybe closer to 4. Yeah, you're working out. Yeah, you're good. You got some time, and I would do that too. Anyone in the St. Louis area, you got some time here this evening to, you do have time. You don't have to rush it. You can finish dinner, finish a little bit of family time, and then before the sun goes down, clean up those yard items. Because it is going to be more of a wind threat once it gets to eastern parts of Missouri. Still a bit of a tornado threat. There's going to be some embedded circulations. More of that QLCS party that we play sometimes. It's whack-a-mole. When you get a spin up on one line segment, and then it goes away, and then you get another line segment to spin. But yeah, it could also be a pretty significant wind threat as well. Although at the moment, some of this area in Kansas, I think I mentioned earlier, still kind of underperforming some of the model data, but there are some stronger storms, just not severe right now across Kansas, southeast parts of Kansas. They've dropped this down to lime-sized hail near Blackwell. Not totally convinced about that. There could be a little bit higher than lime-sized hail. Still a dangerous storm, Blackwell, Ponca City, Newkirk, and then also Quarters, south of there, Marlin, Red Rock, and we'll see if this gets over towards the Tulsa area. These storms are not tornadic right now. They're elevated storms. The cold front looks to be kind of right in here. May wrap into that storm near Ponca City. So there's the cold front. That's why this is not as tornadic today across parts of northern Oklahoma. Tornado possible tag for Quincy, Illinois, especially points north of Quincy there, near Mendon. And they're filling in some new warnings there for that storm. Radar indicated around the Carthage area in Illinois. Still seeing kind of broad rotation in here. And it does look like there's some pretty big burst wind there, 70 mile an hour winds. South of Carthage towards Colchester, Macomb, Rushville, Mount Sterling. Yeah, they're warning all that area. Camp Point, Illinois for 70 mile an hour winds. Tornado wind continues there around Galesburg. Another area that's kind of had a little line embedded spin right there, Galesburg. And that is for Knox County. Moving east at 40. East at 40 puts it towards that Peoria area in about 45 minutes or so. And then east of Peoria towards and north towards Chillicothe in about 67 minutes. The strongest storms now are through the Quad Cities. And also through Clinton, and I feel like we haven't seen as much. There's that Clinton camera. It's been kind of through the heaviest part of that storm, but I have not noticed anything too crazy on that camera. And that is a better camera because there's a lot of trees right there. The river looks high, but other than that, Still considerable threat. There's pockets of 70-mile-an-hour wind. And this is all eventually going to approach the Chicago metro, so keep that in mind. Back into Wisconsin, that seems to be our craziest spot at the moment. There's another tornado on the ground. Goose Pond Road, just near Delavan. Yeah, we called Delavan out just a little bit ago. And that was developing around County Highway M. It looks like it's crossed just north of Delavan. Now a confirmed tornado. In fact, I think when we saw that, it did not have a tornado warning. That is for Woolworth County in southern Wisconsin. May have started just east of that County Highway M. Looks like that might be the first couple CC drops from it. And then there it continues to pick up. And there it is there. State Highway 11 and I-43. It's going to continue to the town of Elkhorn. You guys need to be in your tornado safe space. Elkhorn, Wisconsin. And it's moving at 30. Four minutes to Elkhorn, 14 to Bowers, 18 minutes to Spring Prairie, and 29 to Honey Lake and Burlington, Wisconsin. Basically along State Highway 11. If you live along State Highway 11, that is cue to go to the tornado safe space. That area is broadened around Troy Center. There still is kind of a little embedded spin in there. Then we're starting to see that wind pushing through the radar site, approaching areas like Summit and Heartland, areas that had tornado warnings earlier this week. It looks like that one area has diminished some as it's pushed across Waterloo. That may have briefly dropped a quick tornado. Yeah, right in there. I think we had a little CC drop, a weak one, along State Highway 19, but then the next scan, it's weakened. Still in here. It's near Toppy Road and Port Road, County Highway T. But rotating a little more broadly south of Columbus. And that storm looks like it's on the weakening trend. Couple new storm reports there out of that Weston and what was it? Weston and Callan area. Damage to houses. Caller said tornado on the ground going east around the Ringgold area. Probably the same tornado because I think there was only the one at the time. But it crossed somewhere like that. Not a good situation there for that area around Wausau, Wisconsin. And then we had rain wrap tornado observed by the storm chasers. That's in Black River Falls. Tornado reported there. Numerous houses and trees along County Highway K and Old Highway 17. On the west side of Osseo, Wisconsin. And then we saw the debris signature out here. Officer reported tornado near the intersection of County Highway M and Highway 10. Numerous trees down there. So yeah, that was another tornado. We've had a couple tornadoes earlier when the stream was first started. We had a live tornado live in progress south and southeast of Rochester, Minnesota. Near Elgin. Farmsteads damaged. Semis flipped over. So we've had some of these actually are not double reports. A couple of these might be. But we've had a decent number, probably getting close to a dozen tornadoes today. And a couple of them may have been significant. Check that area around Warsaw. Still spinning south of Warsaw in Missouri. That storm is looking a little less punchy, though. And then we did get a new tornado warning for Ponca City. It's that area that had the baseball-sized hail a few minutes ago. Considerable threat for golf ball-sized hail and observed tornado. It's in this little notch right in there. Confirmed tornado located near Ponca City, moving east at 45. Broadcast media confirmed in Ponca City. And you can see it on the correlation coefficient too, though. Not a good situation there. Ponca City, you guys are in the firing line for that. Okay, there's the list of cities there. Caw City, 19 minutes. Webb City, 31. And Shidler, 34 minutes. It's in southern K County right now. But and I believe this is in the Norman weather office. Use the wrong drawing tool again. So yeah, this is in the Norman weather office now, but they'll likely fill in a warning if this continues to work towards the east out of the Tulsa office. And big hail still falling in here. I wouldn't be surprised if there's more than golf ball size hail around Blackwell and points to the east. That is, I said earlier, those storms were along the cold front, which is like right in here, but it kind of wraps in right there. So this storm is actually not an elevated storm. This is actually it's a little bit ahead of the frontal boundary. And unfortunately, we're getting a CC drop right over Ponca City. Kansas City and points north and west, you guys are good to go. They've dropped the tornado watch across the Kansas City metro. And then double checking here, still around Carthage, we still have those area of rotation. Really far from the radar there. Galesburg, still seeing that area around Knoxville and East Galesburg. And then the other observed tornado is in this area. It's lifted a little bit further towards the north. Was in here along State Highway 11. May have weakened as it lifted up towards the north. Not seeing a really tight debris signature anymore. That storm still could cycle, though. Still kind of broadly rotating in here near Elkhorn. Continue to take tornado safety precautions there. They've canceled that other tornado warning that was up near Watertown. Yeah, that area has diminished quite significantly. Not just as rotation, but that storm has also come down quite a bit. Down to 7 tornado warnings, 22 severe thunderstorm warnings. We had a high, I think, of 30 or 40 severe thunderstorm warnings today. And I think at one point we had 11 or so tornado warnings. They have filled in the Tulsa office, that new tornado warning there for the areas around Ponca City. Interesting. They've filled in a radar indicated tornado warning, but it's basically right on the line here between Ponca City and McCord. That is a dangerous storm. The hail has also come back up in the storm. Newkirk, Kildare, Kaw Nation, dangerous storm with some large hail. This storm produced, I believe, 3-inch diameter hail earlier. Yeah, when it was back here near Alfalfa and Jet. Still also produced 2-inch diameter hail, lime-sized hail around Tonkawa just a little bit ago, and the hail course come back up since we saw that lime-sized hail report. So wouldn't be surprised if this is back to lime-size plus, and that would be coming across Kildare and Newkirk. Hey Bauer, how's it going today? Hope all is well. Are you good? You're in Iowa. So hope all is well there. Iowa's been pretty busy the last couple weeks, or the last week or two. It's mostly been like South and East Iowa though, but that's good to know. Yeah, this is riding right along the border there between Ponca City and approaching like Burbank in Oklahoma. You guys need to be in your tornado safe space there. I believe that is Osage County. Yeah, Osage County. That's well north of Tulsa right now. So Tulsa, you guys are good to go for now. New tornado warning here near Deepwater. More of a kind of an embedded supercell in the line segment here. It's a bit broad at the moment, but it's an interesting environment because there's a tornado warning just ahead of there. There's a supercell kind of, well, was a supercell kind of on its own. And then there's a new tornado warning just behind it. So maybe a little localized favorable environment across central Missouri here. Let's see. Trying to see any new storm reports from this area. I haven't seen much storm reports from the Missouri area in a little bit. This is tightening up though. Near Lakeview Heights. Should get into a little more populated area here. Headed towards the Lake of the Ozarks area. There's a lot of recreational activity out here. Lakeview Heights area. That is close to probably producing. I gotta check that the next radar scan. Two dangerous storms there in west central Missouri. The area near Keokuk, Iowa, and now east of there near Carthage has now gone observed. Radar right in here near Bentley and just to the southeast of Carthage. Hancock and McDonough counties in west central Illinois. Confirmed tornado was located near Plymouth or 9 miles southeast of Carthage, moving east at 25 or 55. It's a law enforcement confirmed tornado. It's in here. That should check out. Yeah, that's right. About 8.5 miles southeast of Carthage. That is another rain wrap tornado. We've had a lot of those today. Macomb, you guys need to be in your tornado safe space. That is where Western Illinois University is. Let's see. Still a little far from that Macomb localized radar. County Highway 6. moving east at 55. There's also damaging winds in this storm. It's going to have, I believe, warned for 70-mile-an-hour damaging winds, are showing also on the radar. That puts it into Macomb and maybe just south of there, about 21 minutes. Dangerous storm. Other tornado warning there. Radar indicated near Galva, Tulum, and Wyoming. Starting to get more of that energy shoved into Illinois. Illinois is becoming more of a hot spot, especially western Illinois. And then still in Wisconsin, we still have a lot of storms coming through the Wisconsin area. This could be really close to producing here near Roscoe Road in that's right on the Illinois and Wisconsin border again. Closest cameras down from the storms earlier that crossed that area. This is a area that got hit earlier. Yeah, that's close to producing. There's a little bit of a weak region in there, surging out. Riverdale, Prairie Hill Road, Manchester Road, Elevator Road, Stagecoach Hills area. Very close to producing a tornado if it's not already. Over the community of Riverdale. That's a dangerous storm. And then now we have more tornado warnings into the Milwaukee metro. Tornado warning storm for Waukesha, Wisconsin. This is an area that got hit pretty hard the other day. Okay, there's this camera perspective from Waukesha. And it's more of a kind of an embedded QLCS line segment. We do have that other tornado warning now down near Sun Prairie, Burlington, Waterford, continuing on there in the southern part of the state. This is extreme southeast parts of Wisconsin, Walworth, Racine, and Kenosha counties. Ugh. And let's see. This is really close to producing. If it isn't already. Near Roscoe, Illinois, and Riverdale. Overlays? I should do that too. I haven't made any overlays. I just use the streaming software. I should do more overlays, but I just use like the streaming software and create, like for my side panel, I just have like basically just, I keep it really simple, but you guys can probably see this. But yeah, I just like put like a color panel down. And then if I need to, I can put the, you know, the camera like overlaid. But anyway. But I do know I think there's some sites for like free overlays and stuff. Some of them can be really distracting, and I don't love to use other people's work, even though most of the overlays are free. This is... I don't know offhand what sites are the overlay sites, but I'm blanking on it right now. I'll try and pull it up in a little bit, though. They're going to warn a bunch of this area out ahead. Considerable threat, tornado possible tag. Starting to get into the western suburbs of Chicago. Belvedere, Algonquin, Sycamore, DeKalb, Elgin. Not quite yet, but it's one of those things where if you're out here, start to put the car in the carport. Start to, if you're, well, no, don't just start. Hopefully you got most of the yard cleaned up. I'm surprised that isn't on the ground if it's not already. Tornado warning continues there. Burlington and Waukesha. And then, yeah, McDonough County. That's this observe tag here. And it was a law enforcement reported originally, but Bauer says storm chaser reports. Yeah, wouldn't doubt it. It's lifting up towards Colchester, Tennessee, and Macomb, Illinois. You guys need to be in your tornado safe space there. Tornado warning remains there at Hancock and McDonough counties, and it is moving east at 45. Ping pong ball size hail is also a threat there. This is the tornado. It looks like it's in here in the rain and the hail, but this little weak echo region, you can see the hail is kind of wrapped around it in this purple color. That's not a good situation when we see that weak echo region over the rotation. Yeah, Macomb, you guys got to get into your tornado safe space. That's a dangerous storm. A little far from the radar site. If it gets a little closer, this Western Illinois radar is in range, kind of. Just on the edge of the range of this radar site. This is not a National Weather Service radar. This is the local radar out of the university there. Strong storms coming through areas like Quincy, Hannibal, Camp Point. And then we have more storms that are back across west central Missouri. The original tornado warning storm looks like has weakened. Let's take a look at this again. Yeah, that went down really quick. A lot of times we see them ramp up quick, but that one went down quick. Look at this. There it was. I thought it was close to producing a tornado near Lakeview Heights. And 2 scans later, that is significantly diminished and basically out of the warning polygon. But it's getting shoved here across the west. New tornado warning continues for the same area. Warsaw up to Lincoln and Cole Camp, Missouri, for this line of storms. Rotation there around the Truman Reservoir again. And then severe storms back through Nevada, El Dorado Springs. And then back into areas east of Ponca City. This was a observed tag earlier. It has gone back to tennis ball size hail, considerable threat. The storm has produced baseballs and tennis ball size hail before. And yeah, Kaw City, Oklahoma is in the path of this one. They're getting some tennis balls across Kaw City, Kaw Lake, and then moving towards Webb City, Burbank, Carter 9, and Little Chief. Some more hail-producing storms back here towards Watonga. Tornado possible tag there near Okeen and Watonga. And then some hail producers also back south of Woodward. I haven't thought about the mods recently. I probably should. Let me get I'll think about modding again when we get this break from the severe weather this week. Because after today, it winds down a little bit tomorrow, but then especially Sunday through about Wednesday, looks like we'll have a little bit more of a quiet period for severe weather. And let me think about modding then. I have like an AI mod. It kind of runs in the background, and I haven't seen any problems in chat, but I don't know. So it seems to be working, but maybe a human touch is always a good thing too. It's weird. I haven't not seen a lot of chaser videos today of tornadoes, which is weird. A lot of these storms have been rain wrapped, so that probably explains some of it. This is starting to wrap up pretty tight around Sun Prairie. It wouldn't be surprised if it's or Spring Prairie, sorry. Maybe close to producing again. And then this area near Waukesha has a tornado warning, but we're really close to the radar. So if there's low level circulation, we should be able to, okay, it was a little tighter a little bit ago. There was low level circulation along State Highway 59. That has broadened out significantly. Not seeing much of a tornado threat, at least right now, across Waukesha. However, continue to stay in your tornado safe space. Let that storm pass by. All right, there we go. There's a good look at areas just east of Waukesha. Looking west. It's near Elm Grove, it looks like. Better spot to see those winds coming in. And if there's a tornado, it's down here near Spring Prairie. Area of rotation just near Spring Prairie Road and State Highway 11. Yeah, that may be close to producing again. Nothing on correlation coefficient, but I wouldn't be surprised if that produces at least a weak tornado. Tornado on the ground earlier near Roscoe. Still a radar indicated tornado. This one has broadened out also near Caledonia and Hunter. Keep an eye on that one though. That was where I think we saw the debris signature too, right around that Roscoe area. And then still seeing rotation in here near Tulune and Wyoming in Illinois. Let's go back down. This was the observed tornado near Colchester and areas around Macomb, Illinois. That rotation looks like it's broadened out some, but There may still be rotation. There may still be a tornado in here. Let's see. I don't see one on that that radar. That radar only works really close to it. Tornado warning continues around Warsaw. There's the new area of rotation. Warsaw has been in a tornado warning, I think, for most of the last, I don't know, 40 minutes to an hour because of multiple tornado warnings. But there's your new area of rotation. It's in this line segment coming across the Warsaw area. It's going to lift towards Coal Camp, Stover, Versailles. Keep an eye on those storms. Severe warning storms back towards El Dorado, Springs. And then a new warning here out of the Tulsa office for this storm with the potential tornado over the areas around Schindler, Webb City, and Burbank. Also, golf ball size hail. Yeah, they've dropped the hail size again. That storm has pulsed up a couple of times and produced baseball to tennis ball size hail. This is an interesting look. This storm is going to close towards this camera. This is north of the Tulsa area. But you can really see that low-level jet and that stream of moisture in those clouds. That's moving left to right across the screen. Those are all moving northbound from the south. Yeah, I have our page. It's not super active, but there's the Facebook page. It's mostly it's not quite as live updates. The X is the better for live updates, and that's where most of the storm chasers kind of post. This storm is starting to tighten back up between Schindler, Webb City, and Burbank. But it is mostly where we post the morning briefs. The storm has gone destructive for baseball size hail. Ames, Drummond, Wacomas, and Hennessy. Keep an eye on this storm. Oh, admins for it? No. It's pretty, right now it's pretty minimal work on the Facebook. It's not super active. There's people that follow it, but they don't do too much on it. It's more for information. This is also tightened up a little bit just now east of Warsaw. These storms are moving a little bit too. Let's get a better read on these. Still at 55. They have added a tornado possible tag for those counties east of the tornado warning storm. So Versailles, Stover, Grabaway Mill, Village of Four Seasons, and areas around Osage Beach. These storms are generally headed towards your area. And let's see. East at 55 is going to put those into Osage Beach about 40 minutes from now. Same for Eldon, Four Seasons, and then Versailles about 30 minutes. Stover 23. Keep an eye on those. They're going to have an embedded tornado threat, but also wind, maybe some hail. Oh yeah. The X is quicker because there's still a lot of, especially like breaking coverage. We also post generally like some storm reports and stuff from there. But there's the X. Yeah, there's been a couple chaser videos and pictures we posted from earlier today. A lot of rain wrapped tornadoes. Even the couple that we posted were rain wrapped. Should get more in. I just haven't seen a lot today, which is weird. All right, going back up to Wisconsin. So we do have some big storms coming into some highly populated areas. We get back up to Wisconsin right now. Still don't see anything in this area. It tightened up briefly around Spring Prairie, but then that has also significantly weakened in the last few minutes. More of a shear line. There is a little area that's tightening up here, as well as an area of higher wind around Potter Lake and Lake Beulah. Keep an eye on that one. Severe thunderstorm warnings now in effect here. Germantown, Mequon, Menominee Falls, back down through Whitefish Bay, downtown Milwaukee, which is also, let's see, we should be able to get that on our cameras. Decent perspective. This is near the ballpark. Like rain is starting to come down in that location. They have added that new tornado warning there. Radar indicated it's going to be in this little notch, this little thumb right in here. That is not debris. That is clear air, but that helps us see where that little notch is right in there. And that lines up. Yeah, that's the clear air just out in front of it. Tishigan? Haven't heard that before. Tishigan, Wind Lake. And then following Loomis Road, Franklin, Loomis Road, Greenfield. That area is the area under the new tornado warning. And that goes for Racine and Waukesha counties. Yeah, it's starting to get busy into the western suburbs of Milwaukee now. Some good news, we can clear a bunch of people. Madison and basically all the western Wisconsin. You guys are all behind the severe threat. Also, severe threat is significantly diminished across the northern parts of Wisconsin. Wouldn't be surprised if they trim more of these weather watches up here. Areas around Wausau, Stevens Point, much quieter evening. And yeah, it may get fairly chilly across parts of the north, parts of Wisconsin and Minnesota. Tornado warning continues here. Let's see, golf ball size hail. around Schindler. It's also becoming a little bit outflow dominant. You can see this Boeing shape in here. That's going to continue a wind threat through Bartlesville, Barnsdall. Let's get some tracks on this because it's getting into a little more population. Also moving east at 55. Okay, Pawhuska, 12 minutes. Bartlesville, 32. Dewey, 35. Delaware, 53. And Nowata, about 53 minutes as well. And if it digs just a little bit further south, I do want to get Barnsdall, and that's 26 minutes from now. So we'll keep an eye on that area. Considerable threat. Still down here. Still rotating a little bit. Hennessy, Wacomas. Tennis ball size hail, potentially. They've actually replaced most of that severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado warning across central Missouri. Yeah, Village of Four Seasons. Pretty significant winds also in that, but Village of Four Seasons, Versailles, Stover, Eldon, and Osage Beach. Benton, Miller, Camden, and Morgan counties. And wow, that has picked up speed. 65 miles an hour. That original supercell has also picked up rotation again. This is weird, but there's a little bit there too. Okay, here's some cities for you. Climax Springs, 11 minutes. Lori, 15. Versailles, 18. And Four Seasons, 21 minutes. That'd be about the same for Osage Beach. And then Eldon, 28. Oh, for Radar Bauer, this is Radar Omega. There's a couple different price points for it. I don't have a promo link or anything for it, but a couple different price points for it, and it is available on Apple, Android, and desktop. Hey, Hodgepool, how are you guys doing tonight? What's your general location? I can get you a better timing for it. You don't have to say your exact city, but if you give me a city close by, I can get you a little better timing estimate. Unless it was just one of those cities I named, in which case I can go back and just list those off again. Let's see. There's some of those areas. 48 minutes now to Jefferson City, 25 to Eldon, and 14 to Versailles. Okay, yeah, so the one storm just passed you. The original tornado warning storm is still a little broad rotation with that, but yeah, the big boy is coming next up. And let me know what kind of winds you get with this. I wouldn't be surprised if there's some pretty good winds in here. Above 60 miles an hour. There could be some 60 to 70 mile an hour winds with that. The rotation is a little bit broad at the moment, but this area doesn't have the best radar coverage either. But yeah, there's your broad kind of area of rotation. In here near Riverview, Big Bend Acres, and Zora. And let's see. It's gonna probably a little lower than these numbers. We're pretty far up in the radar. So we're looking up. Let me look. This is kind of an area that's on the max of a couple different radar sites. Let me look at my radar products on my other phone too and see if we have a better radar coverage for this area. None of this storm isn't moving towards any of the radar sites, so that also kind of diminishes the reliability of that. But yeah, we're up looking about 4,000 feet. 4 to 5,000 feet up in altitude from Springfield. I can see if I can get from the Springfield radar. And about 5 to 6,000 feet from the Kansas City radar. So yeah, there's not great low-level radar coverage right in that little area. So a couple thousand feet up, we're seeing like 90-mile-an-hour winds, probably lower. It's probably 60 to 70 at the surface. They are also going to re-warn that a lead storm. I think that's a good idea because the area of rotation has picked up again. That's now east of Versailles. So if you're in Versailles area, you're free of that lead. Oh, you are east of Versailles, so you may be in the tornado warning for both of those. If this storm is past you, it's going to continue moving to the east. It's going to continue moving towards Jeff City. But yeah, if you're back in Versailles, you'll probably want to head to that safe spot in a couple more minutes there. Get about 9 or 10 minutes from that leading edge of the next area of circulation. And maybe slightly longer. Let me see. Yeah, about 10, 12 minutes for that next wave to get to the Versailles area. And then once you get behind that, then the severe threat really diminishes. Oh yeah, if you're in Jeff City, let's see. Yeah, there is now a tornado warning for Jeff City. Let me get the timing on this one because this is going to be at a different speed, about 45 miles an hour for that storm near High Point. And at 45, that changes the speed quite a bit. Jefferson City, roughly about a half hour. Russellville, 14. Centertown, 18. And then north and east of Jeff City, about 40 minutes towards Holt Summit. A couple different tornado warned storms. One is kind of an individual storm out ahead of the complex of storms. The other one is kind of a line embedded area of rotation. So a couple different things going on right now in central Missouri. These are slowly working towards the St. Louis area as well. Yeah, another spring day. If you have a basement, that's your best option. But if you don't have a basement, just make sure you go to that lowest level into your room, typically like a bathroom or a hall closet. You got about, that, what is it, 20, 30 minutes to Jeff City. If you got a couple minutes, you can always grab like bike helmets, motorcycle helmets, and those type of things and take those for you and your family too. It can be helpful to put those on. Sounds good. Yeah. And your local media is probably streaming too. I think, I don't know what TV stations are in Jeff City. I know NBC has a Columbia station. They're probably also broadcasting. So take a tablet, take your phone with you, and ride it out. We'll be here too. Let us know. Pop back on it if you can, especially if you have power still, and let us know how you did. Give us a heads up. Oh, for the streaming software? I don't know if I have a link to that. I use OBS. It's like one of the old school streaming softwares. I don't even know if they have a website. Oh, they do. Someone was on here one of the other chats, like a week ago. He said he used a different streaming software, and he said his was really glitchy. I don't know if a couple of the other streaming softwares have gotten glitchier. OBS has kind of stayed simple, so it's a little bit to learn. But there's also some good YouTube videos on it. But that's kind of the tried and true. A little less fancy, but it works. Bradford, just north of Bradford, Illinois, another area of rotation there. Kind of leaving that warning polygon. And then we still have radar indicator rotation coming through that area around Macomb, Illinois. I'll go back and see if we got anything on this Macomb radar. It must have lifted before it came through the Macomb area. But radar indicator rotation continues there. Canton, Farmington, Lewiston in Illinois. Oh, wow. And they're just going to light up the areas south of Milwaukee there with just, there's a couple different areas of circulation, so they're going to just warn the whole thing. Areas around Harvard, Illinois, and then Burlington, Waterford. A couple areas looks like a rotation there. These were helpful yesterday or the day before. This is the Milwaukee Airport radar, and it can see at the really low levels, there's that area of spin. How that picked up near Lake Beulah, and then has weakened as it's moved to the north and to the east near Big Bend. But there are a couple other little pockets of circulation in here. This feels like deja vu. We did this like the other day. Oh, you already have OBS? Yeah, I just use OBS. You can get like layouts for it, but I don't. I forget what layout. Just type in like you can like YouTube a video, like OBS layouts. I bet if you YouTube a video, you'll get some. There's some like layout people on YouTube that can show you how to do it and stuff. And then there's like some free layouts and things. A couple different tornado warnings. We've lost a tornado warning in Oklahoma. Still a tornado possible tag, ping pong ball sized hail. This storm again has fluctuated between being tornado warned and also being warned for significant hail. Still broadly rotating north of Pawhuska, kind of center line for Dewey and Bartlesville. So keep an eye on that storm. Be ready to take those tornado safety precautions if they issue a new warning. And then tennis ball size hail back towards Wacomas with that supercell. And a new tornado warning here for the areas around Sycamore. Kind of some boundary collisions and some storm collisions. Look at the storms coming up from the north and then running into those storms from the west. So broadly rotating in here, Sycamore to, or Hillcrest to Sycamore in Illinois. Starting to see a little uptick in tornado warnings. It's about 8 o'clock in the central time zone. That checks out. The low-level jet kicks in and just gives a little oomph to the storms. But we're also seeing a little bit of a transition more from the individual supercells to the line segments. And it's like this line segment here that's come through Macomb with a tornado warned storm. There's another one kind of back in here with some embedded circulations. And then this is becoming a whole line segment of some embedded QLCS circulations as well. Coming through there is south of Milwaukee. Yeah, there's a couple different, one here near Burlington State Highway 142, another one up here towards Eagle Lake, and a third up towards White Lake. We can see these usually on the airport cam. Yeah, you can see them on the airport radar too. They're not quite as defined as the ones the other day, but they are in here, the little QLCS circulations that we'd probably only see because we're so close to the radar site. All right, we'll go back to this camera. I used it the other day, and must have been one of those cameras they move around because they were looking for the tornadic circulations the other day on this camera. And this was one that I think, got grazed by a circulation and saw some power flashes off to the right. This is generally in the track of these storms, right about there. And I do want to get a speed for the folks here in Racine and Kenosha counties, moving east at 30. Adjust the speed a little bit, and then we'll get the new town names up. Okay, Raymond, or Union Grove, about 9 minutes. Brighton, 8. Paddock Lake, 14. Summers and Sturtevant, 25. Mount Pleasant, 30. And then basically to the lake shore about 35 minutes from now. Lightning is picking up significantly on that camera. Still another area of circulation. It's kind of broad near Big Muskego Lake, Durham and Franklin. Keeping an eye on that one. Severe warning storms across the areas in Milwaukee. And I wonder if our other area in Milwaukee will flood like it did the other day. If anyone was on the stream the other day, they'll remember this camera. This whole highway was flooded. There was maybe like a half a lane getting by with several inches of water on the roadway. So we'll keep an eye on this one as the storms kind of make their way into the Milwaukee area. The storm near Macomb, now east of Macomb near Cuba, Illinois, has gone confirmed again. Looks like it was. It's kind of broadened back out. Wouldn't be surprised if it was. Radar confirmed tornado there. Continues Canton, Norris, Cuba, and areas around Canton. Looks like it has weakened, but we'll continue to keep an eye on that one too. And then still radar indicated tornado warnings across Missouri. The one is south of California, Missouri. Yeah, it's rotating right in here between California, Centerton, and St. Martin's. generally approaching the Jeff City area, although this isn't rotating super vigorously at the moment. But it's about... double check the storm track on that, and it's going to be about 20 minutes still to about Jefferson City. Behind you guys, the severe weather may not be done. Versailles, Gravois Mill, Barnett, Eldon, another area of circulation back in here between Versailles and Gravois Mill. It's back here in the line segment. That's working generally. Oops, that's the wrong one. Generally out towards the east. And that's moving at about 65 miles an hour. That's about 33, 40 minutes to Jeff City, and about 5 or 10 minutes to Eldon. 5 minutes or less to Barnett, and about 10 minutes to Village of Four Seasons. The storm has gone tornado warned again as it approaches Bartlesville. Areas of rotation in there between Pawhuska and Bartlesville. And that warning extends out for ping pong ball size hail, 70-mile-an-hour winds, and a tornado possible through areas like Dewey, Bartlesville, towards Nowata. Here's a look at that storm. Looking towards those storm clouds from the south, that's back towards the Tulsa area, but you can see those storm clouds are definitely building as they close in. Well north of Tulsa right now, you guys may have to worry about some of those storms in the background. And then they're going to list a, this gets confusing for Jeff City. They're going to, you have the tornado warned storm that's working between California and you guys. So that's going to be there in the next 20 minutes or so. Beyond that, they have a new warning, considerable threat, tornado possible tag, and quarter-size hail for the storm that's back towards Versailles and Eldon. So it's a 1-2 punch there within just a few minutes for areas around Jefferson City, all the way up to about Columbia. Bunch of new warnings going off. New tornado possible, severe thunderstorm warning, 70-mile-an-hour winds for this whole line segment here in Illinois. That includes areas like Rushville, Bairdstown, Ashland, Petersburg, up through Farmington, Peoria. Includes the Peoria Metro as storms are closing in from the south. We'll see if they extend a new tornado warning there for that cell coming to the southwest of Peoria. Tornado warning there continues south of Havana around Bath, Illinois, over towards Mason City and Easton. Air rotation there. And then another big warning for same thing, 70-mile winds, tornado possible for this area back near Hennepin and Princeton. A couple areas of rotation there. Yeah, starting to get into the more of the linear convective mode. And then radar indicated tornado warning continues now east of Harvard, Illinois. Air rotation in here near Wonder Lake. More areas of circulation as well as some damaging wind, basically right over this radar. So we'll see if we can get a better look at this. They're not as vigorous as they were the other night, but there are a couple areas of circulation in here, basically crossing around Union Grove. And then the other area is back in here near Muskego, working towards areas south sides of Milwaukee. Milwaukee and points north, severe thunderstorm warnings continue there, as well as flash flood warnings. A lot of flash flood warnings. A couple different National Weather Service offices come together here, so they're just kind of warning believe this is the Kansas City office. They're going to warn a fill-in warning for parts of that central Missouri area, Cooper County, for those severe storms. Oh, geez, really? I wouldn't be surprised. We had to think a few significant tornadoes today, especially earlier today. Looks like those are out of Illinois. Oh, yeah. That would have been with the big HP Beast. I think we saw some debris signature there earlier. This one cell dropped 3-inch hail, a couple different tornadoes. The one was rain wrapped. Yeah, between Stockton. There's going to be more tornado reports out of here because there's a tornado that was definitely on the ground near Apple River earlier. This cell, I think, produced a few tornadoes, and then one probably through there, like that, somewhat like that. Also near Warren had like 70-something mile-an-hour winds. So yeah, that was one of the lead cells, and then we saw that cells across near Beloit earlier in Wisconsin. It is basically the remnant of it is still tornado warned. It's on this leading edge here. Tornado warning continues here around Oakwood Road. Still in here rotating also. So there's a couple different tornado warned areas going towards the radar, away from the radar, and then kind of wrapped in this area, which actually is the most vigorous right now near Oakwood Road. I wouldn't be surprised if this is maybe on the ground. Yeah, that looks like it's maybe getting on the ground. Let me just double check some stuff. .802. That looks like it's on the ground to me. It's one of these QLCS ones, so it's right on the leading edge. But that does look like it's on the ground. That would be around the Root River Parkway, Ryan Road, and we can probably get traffic cam up that way too. Wouldn't be surprised if there's power flashes that we see on that part. Let's see. Okay, this is pretty close to there. I might need to move this actually. It's going to be north of there. All right, that's a good spot for that area of rotation. Coming into the southwest sides of Milwaukee there. Wouldn't be surprised if that one's on the ground, at least intermittently on the ground. And then we have a new tornado warning here. This is for northern Illinois, Waukegan, Lake County. It's for that area of rotation that's coming out of the Wonder Lake area. Yeah, we'll check back in. Whoa, Illinois has really gone tornado crazy here the last couple minutes. New tornado warning there. Princeton, Hennepin for that area of rotation. They're kind of warning the whole line, but new area also near Princeville, out towards Chillicothe, Illinois. Tornado warning cell near Canton. That was the one that had a observed tornado on it earlier. And then south of Havana, Illinois. Air rotation there, approaching Easton. Jefferson City, still radar indicated tornado warning there. Wow, Jefferson City, capital of Missouri, is in kind of a radar hole. Jeez. Yeah, that's kind of weird. The capital of the state is in a radar hole, but rotation still looks to be in here. Basically between California, Russellville, and Jefferson City. So hold on, it'll be in Jefferson City in the next couple minutes. Especially it looks like maybe north side of town, but it's really hard to tell just because of just not a lot of good data there. That area around Versailles and to the east has broadened some. There is rotation a little bit, but that area is more of a wind threat at the moment. You can see that bulging out. Some of the heaviest winds may be south of Jefferson City, maybe get up into the Jefferson City area. And just as I clicked here, new tornado warning for the Bartlesville and Dewey areas in Oklahoma, Osage and Washington counties. Moving east, northeast at 45. Adjust those back. Get this area out. Bartlesville, 9 minutes. Dewey, 13 minutes. That camera stream just went down. That's not good. I missed it. I didn't know if I don't know if there's a power flash before that or not. They may just have trouble connecting to them. Oh yeah, good. Turn towards that area of circulation. Okay, look for power flashes here if they keep it, especially on that angle. Observe tornado. Yeah, they have gone observed with it. A couple areas of circulation in here, but it is basically right in that area. Oh yeah, it came basically just over the radar site. At Oakwood Road. And lifting, it's weakened since though. Basically at Oakwood Golf Course. I wrapped up real quick. Yeah, there it was right here. That's when I thought we saw the debris signature. It looks like the next scan, it did go radar confirmed. And it's raced up to the north. I don't see it in here anymore though. And they may keep spinning this camera because I don't think it's on the ground at the moment, but it could very well spin back up. Damaging winds with some embedded circulations are pushing through these areas. basically from Milwaukee south. And there's still broad rotation in this cell, but also the leading edge is crossing the highway right about where they're looking, I believe. Unless they spun it all the way around. I think they spun this all the way around. The tornadic circulation, if it's in here, is going to be just south of this camera. I don't think it's still on the ground. These QLCS spin-ups can happen very briefly. They can be impactful and dangerous. So brief doesn't mean weak, although they generally are on the lower end of tornado ratings, but mid to lower end. But yeah, they can happen within a scan or two of the radar, so they can be missed by a lot of people. New area there near Forest City. And that's working up towards South Pekin, Green Valley, Tremont, and Mackinac, Illinois. The other area south there has gone tornado warned, or observed, I'm sorry. Observed near Poplar City. County Road 1200. Wow. 1200 there. And then that's going to be County Road 1410. Luckily, in some more rural areas, just north of Easton, Illinois. There's the area of circulation right in there. Yeah, your rotation, I think, stayed weaker. Still kind of is broadly in here on the northern sides of Jefferson City. But actually, you can see by the reflectivity, this cell is kind of it's kind of lifting away from downtown Jefferson City and stuff. Still stay in your tornado safe space if you're there. And actually, if anyone is still in their tornado safe space, before kind of getting everybody all unsettled, you may just want to wait till this line segment blows through. But that is weakened a little bit as well. Hold on, picking up a little bit again near Hartsburg. Although again, we are far from the radar site. I'm still kind of surprised how Jefferson City is a capital of the state and has fairly poor radar coverage. Still tornado warned here near Dewey and Bartlesville. Most of those circulations will also be rain wrapped. Today has been a day of rain wrapped circulations. Except for the very first couple that we saw today in areas in southeast Minnesota. In fact, our stream started with a tornado in progress. If you're just joining us, it's a little past 8 o'clock in the central time zone. We have, just taking stock of things, 14 tornado warnings, 21 severe thunderstorm warnings, and probably what will go down as a official tornado outbreak today, just because of the number of tornadoes that we've had. Yeah, only a few, I think, have been significant, but still, there has been a couple significant tornadoes today. Still rotating in here near Oak Creek. This is basically over our camera position, so I don't believe it's still on the ground. This camera has not lost power. I haven't seen much strong winds in that, but it's going to follow Ryan Road and basically head off over South Milwaukee. And then further to the south, Racine. Winds are pushing through there. Some pretty heavy winds, as well as some embedded, potentially tornadic circulations, as well as crossing into northern Illinois. Antioch, Round Lake Beach, over to Waukegan. These are still decently far out of the Chicago downtown metro area. Another area there near Sycamore, still tornado warned. No debris signature on that one. this whole area in west central Illinois is all lined up for embedded tornado circulations. Let's see if that one near Easton is still observed. Looks like it has weakened some, so good news there. Yeah, round 2 should be coming into Jeff City in the next couple minutes. This one's a quicker one. It's going to kind of keep sweeping that other circulation. This has peaked back up, though. If you're north of Jeff City, you need to be in your tornado safe space. Hartsburg, Ashland, over towards New Bloomfield. Yeah, they're going to issue a new tornado warning. Smart on that. This does include Columbia, Missouri, although it's a... Oh, you know what? Are they issuing it for... or both? No, they're not. Okay. They issued it very broadly. It's very wide. So I thought maybe they're issuing it for both of the storms, but they are issuing it technically for the area near Ashland. As yeah, that has re-intensified. Columbia, though, is not going to probably be in this. Columbia, this is well south of you guys. This is already passing 15 to 16 miles southeast of Columbia. So unless it starts to like make a left and go back to the northwest, Columbia is not going to be a tornado threat for this circulation that they've warned, which is a little bit of an annoyance because this becomes a false warning for areas like Columbia. So it does lead to warning fatigue when warnings are oversized. It probably should be out like this and shouldn't include Columbia, at least if they're warning it for this specific circulation. If they're warning it for this big bulging bowl of wind, then that's fine. Although again, the stronger that circulation is going to be further to the south. But yes, Ashland, New Bloomfield, over towards Fulton, Missouri, Kingdom City, tornado safe space, lowest level interior room. And that's actually probably close to producing again. Let's get the county names on this. Boone, Callaway, Cole, and Monto County. Probably butchered that one. Yeah, it's always good to call your friends and family, let them know tornadoes. I do that too when my family's around tornado warnings and stuff because, you know, people are busy. Good to just kind of let your friends and family know. Let's see. Still strong storms also north of Rolla. Keep an eye on those ones. And then back down the list, Bartlesville to Dewey. That has broadened some. Good news there. Considerable threat back here into Oklahoma for Stillwater. Golf ball size hail coming towards Stillwater. Starting to see a little uptick in the storms down here. Some hailstorms also working their way back towards Cheyenne. Let's see if these work into Oklahoma City later tonight. They're going to continue that observed tornado warning around the Delavan area, Minner, Hopedale, McLean, and areas north of Lincoln. Obviously, keep an eye on these if you're in the Bloomington area for Bloomington normal. There's a couple areas of circulation in here. Yeah, this is turning into a QLCS mess, but observed tornado there, possible tornado there, possible tornado there. Also in the southern sides of the Peoria metro. Yeah, Peoria is now under a tornado warning too. Bellevue, Bartonville, Basically, everybody in central Illinois is under a tornado warning. From between Princeton and Ottawa, Illinois, all the way down through Peoria, north of Lincoln, and west of Bloomington. They've essentially warned the whole line with like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 tornado warnings. Yeah, there are a number of circulations in there. And then there's another one here near Mendota, Illinois. That's going to continue working towards Northville and Sandwich. I hope it's not super obvious, Bauer, but I do use a software that sorts warnings and reports generally, but it's been down the last couple weeks. So I'm a little bit kind of using a different system. So hopefully it's not too noticeable, but we covered that tornado earlier today in Buffalo County, Wisconsin. It's in kind of northwest Wisconsin. Significant damage to some houses and farmsteads, but the sheriff there says no reports of injuries. That's lucky. That was I think the biggest debris signature that we've seen this today. Anyway, it was a massive debris signature. These storms are about out to the open waters. The heaviest wind is in Racine and just offshore. And some of the tornadic circulations are reducing a little bit across northern parts of Illinois there. So that's a good sign. And we are seeing a little bit of that. Severe thunderstorm warnings continue there across the Chicago metro. Highland Park, Buffalo Grove, Arlington Heights, Schaumburg, Evanston. A severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible, considerable threat. So you want to treat that similar to a tornado warning, but it's not quite as threatening as an actual tornado warning. But be ready to take your tornado safety precautions across the Chicago metro, especially on the southwest sides, these far southern suburbs. See all the tornado warnings back here towards Mendota. That one is a more distinct area of circulation in here. And then, let's see. Oh, there's a new tornado report there. Tornado on the ground with debris. That's a train spotter. It's that same area there that's near Allen, Illinois. And yeah, there it looks like is a debris signature showing on that one again. This one's been on the ground for quite a while. This one actually has been on the ground since maybe Bath. Actually longer than that. Buff City. Oh boy. Without doing a lot of analysis on this could be a 20-mile track. This could be a long track tornado here. It may be weakening. Yeah, that crossed right. Watch that debris signature crossed right at our thing. It may be weakening now. Doesn't look as confined as it did just a little bit ago, but yeah, that could have been a long track tornado. That is a significant one. I think we just posted the latest update. I did see the latest update for the SPC. they have reduced. Actually, yeah, let me pull that up for everybody. Take a quick second between all the tornado warnings. I'll just use the radar one. Might have to turn some stuff off. Let's see. Let's just do that. Okay. Yeah, there's the new latest SPC outlook. They've dropped the moderate risk. There still is an enhanced risk across northern parts of Oklahoma. And still an enhanced risk from Kenosha and Racine all the way down through Chicago and back towards Jeff City. This area has weakened and downtrended across Kansas. We mentioned that earlier. So they've dropped the enhanced risk there. The moderate risk originally was in like this area, kind of like right in here. So that actually, the Storm Prediction Center is usually very good. They may end up being 0 for 2 on moderate risks this year, which is actually kind of crazy. There was a couple small to mid-sized large hail very early in the afternoon across Wichita, but most of the damaging wind came across the Kansas City area with a couple QLCS tornadoes, and then most of the significant hail was back. It may have verified a little bit because there is some larger hail on the southern end of what was the moderate risk section in this area here across Oklahoma. So maybe verified a little bit, but not certainly as much as this part has not verified at all. Across southeast Kansas, that area has actually had little severe weather all day. So some interesting things. Otherwise, not much other changes. They have continued this across. Slight risk continues through most of northern Indiana and western Indiana, and it does include most of Missouri in the slight risk, up far southeast Missouri. So I don't see many changes there, and the slight risk does include Wichita Falls. Oh, that's good. Yeah, I believe, well, let's get back to the radar, but I believe most of that heaviest wind and rain and severe weather has gone south of Jeff City. Let's double check. Get the warnings all back on. Everything's back on. Okay. Yeah, there still is some heavier wind and circulation down here near Wardsville, but that has weakened as it's come through the Jeff City area. Yeah, and I'd say the heaviest wind is probably Jeff City and south, down kind of in this area here. A little bit of a circulation. That is, that's good for Jeff City, but yeah, there is a little circulation down here too. And then this one is still going. It's still radar indicated. Still tucked up in the rain near Fulton. Oh, and they're going to warn that new circulation too. That's probably a good thing because it has actually ramped up in the last couple minutes. I tend to look at the uptrending storms, and yeah, that one is ramped up as well. And then we still have a new circulation. Hold on a second. Okay, we're back, but I do have to take care of something with a family issue in a second. But let me take stock of what we have here at about 8:41 in the central time zone. Still have an observed tornado warning, although this is going to be expiring here. And it goes until, yeah, that's going to be expiring in 4 minutes. And most of the strongest storms are past the coastline here. So Kenosha, Racine, things are going to slowly calm down. The tornado threat is diminished. And then radar indicated tornado warnings around Lindenhurst, Zion, Illinois. Radar indicated back towards Algonquin, Cary, Illinois, to Lake Forest. That area is ramped up in the last couple minutes. Severe thunderstorm warning through areas in northern parts of the Chicago suburbs, Elgin, Carpentersville, through Evanston and Highland Park. Keep an eye there, tornado possible tag. DeKalb, Sycamore, down through Sheridan. Tornado warning there continues. Radar indicated a couple areas of circulation there near Waterman. And then further south, losing a few of these other tornado warnings. They're being converted over to severe thunderstorm warnings. Severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible, 70-mile-an-hour winds, Ottawa to Strader. We have a bunch of tornado warnings now in central Illinois. So continue to take tornado safety precautions across central Illinois from Peoria and Chillicothe to El Paso and to the north of Bloomington, Eureka, El Paso, Morton. That area there, pretty decent circulation near Tremont. Ooh, close to being on the ground. Yeah, that's observed. That is, I believe, is that the one that that's the one that Bauer mentioned earlier. Woodford, Tazewell, and McLean counties observed tornado continuing there. That's south and east of Peoria. Areas that have had tornadoes before. Another tornado observed. This is near Hopedale and the area that came out of Delavan, headed towards Falks Grove and Stanford. Tornado on the ground continues there. They have issued a new tornado warning through Bloomington. These are for the circulations that are confirmed right now to the west. So Bloomington, tornado safe space, lowest level interior room away from doors and windows. Put as many walls between the outside as possible. We have a severe thunderstorm observed tornado coming towards the Lincoln, Illinois area. And it's back in here between Middletown and Lincoln. And then severe warnings to the north and west of Springfield in Illinois. Tornado warnings continue. Radar indicated tornado warnings across Jefferson City. And especially in that storm, that lead storm near Fulton, still has rotation near Fulton. Radar indicated Kingdom City, Fulton. Wouldn't be surprised if that gets extended out. It's held that circulation for quite a while. So keep an eye on this if you're out towards Montgomery City, Vandalia, Missouri, and even like Bowling Green, maybe even towards Troy, Missouri. You want to keep your eye on that storm. We have other storms, tornado warned south and east of Jeff City, near Taos, Westphalia, and Lynn, continuing there. And then strong storms near Vienna, Missouri, north of Rolla. Everything is still north of 44. So 44, you guys have been really good all day. We'll see here, and I don't know if they've done it yet. I don't know if locally damaging surface gusts and perhaps a brief tornado or two remain possible with that energized cluster across central Missouri. And they have kind of flagged that for getting into the St. Louis area. It's interesting. I've not seen any new Mesoscale discussions for any new watch extensions. Oh, there's one. Okay. Perfect timing. They have extended a new severe thunderstorm watch, basically covering a lot of this area that had the tornado watch earlier. That does cover the I-44 corridor from Rolla and Salem down through areas like Branson, Springfield, Joplin, Carthage, Bentonville, and not quite into Fayetteville, but Benton County, and then down across the Oklahoma City area. So an I-44 severe thunderstorm watch. And that is going to be another 5 hours. Scattered large hail, isolated very large hail. I don't think we're going to see as much of that lately, though. Scattered wind gusts up to 70. I think that's very possible. And then a couple tornadoes, I think, is also very possible with that new watch. We have strong storms pushing to the north of Tulsa. We'll continue those storms, and then severe storms, $half size hail back towards Stillwater, ping pongs in Hennessy, and then new severe warnings back across Watonga, and areas like Elk City and Sayre now have severe warnings. Those are storms that could and should probably push through the Oklahoma City metro later this evening. And Texas has not, the dry line has not fired. So you can kind of see our severe clusters, the one here in Illinois, or in Missouri, the one especially here across central Illinois seems to be the most prolific tornado producer in the short term. And then the one that's kind of pushed across the Milwaukee area and trailing back into the Chicago metro seems to be a little bit on the downtrend, at least tornadic signatures. But this area here, across central Illinois, it looks like it's lighting up tornado-wise. Must be a very favorable environment because we have multiple observed tornadoes. I will likely be back later this evening. These watches still go out a few hours. And now the severe thunderstorm watch goes out until another 5 hours from now. So it's going to be a severe threat, a long duration severe event. These storms aren't just going to die out anytime soon. I will likely be back on, but yeah, continue to, if you're out ahead of these, have multiple ways to get warnings, and make sure you follow your tornado safety action plans. And also, yeah, make sure you just stay safe here this evening, and I'll be back in a little bit, so look for new. Like and subscribe, click the bell icon, get notifications, and if you click that bell icon, you can get notified when we go live too. I don't think so. I'm just going to wrap it up. Are you streaming right now, Bauer? Let's see. No, I don't think there's anything I can do right now. Yeah, I'll just restart it later. But we did get confirmation. I believe there is official reports. Yeah, the sheriff, I think, and local broadcast media are reporting what Bauer said earlier about 4 tornado fatalities in Lana, Illinois. I think we did mention that earlier as well. So yes, it has been, unfortunately, a deadly tornado event across the Midwest this evening. But yeah, I'll be back on in probably a little while.